gets me in the mood every morning. Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama, and today's court is sponsored by Jen McCabe's Typos. Ha's embarrassing for her. Sorry, guys, I wrote that myself this morning. Cracked me up, right? Oh, it's the little things in the morning that get you going, right? Sorry for the train. It is train time. Good morning, everyone, and look who we have again today. The lovely Annie. Welcome. Good morning.
Annie and company.
Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. That was pretty good. Thank you.
Yeah, that one had me laugh.
Oh, yes, nailed it. Yeah, a stroke of brilliance in the morning when I was putting my makeup on. I was like, oh, good job, Llama. Good job. Lady in Gray says, good morning to Annie, too. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So I do have the ARCCA hearing or ruling, both pulled up, and we will take a look at that before we get into court this morning. I hear it's very spicy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we'd have a little spice with our coffee this morning. It does look like it's not really that long. I did find a longer version, and it's only like 14 minutes long. So we have got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Oh, I put on the sweater because I was cold, because we had all the windows open last night because it was all rainy and
Now you're
stuff, and
hot.
there was a nice breeze. And now I'm burning up. I think it's just from being live. And so I apologize for our power outage, my power outage yesterday during Jim McCabe's testimony, but that's the weather for you. We made it work. We made it work. Annie held down the barn. Everything was fine. I don't believe I'm having any storms today, you guys, so we should be good. Lady in Gray says, I see both of Annie's overlords are honoring us with their presence this morning. Yes, they are. On full display.
See if you can. Okay, so
She definitely knows we're talking about her right now.
Calliope, Nani.
Okay.
Just
Yeah, Calliope is a little bit smaller than Nani, huh?
yeah. Yeah. Nani's just big boned. She really
She's
is.
big
Even
bone
when I
girl.
got her as a kitten, I was like, I became smaller than this. But she was the first cat that I got. So
I love that. I love that. I love just how they're both laying there. Like,
I
yes,
know.
Mom, we are ready for YouTube. We are stars now, everybody. Stars.
My hubby walked in yesterday and was like, "This is ridiculous." I was like, "No."
It's just what the cats wanted. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, exactly. I clearly know what they wanted.
Right? You think I want this? I don't. But no, here we are.
I had to get them out. This is what they used to do on my desk.
Mm-hmm.
So I had no space. So I had to get an extra table. We happened to have an extra desk, and I was like, it's the cats now.
I love it. Let's say we were going to bed. I think my dogs are upset because I don't spend any more time with them. Well, I mean, I do in the evening, but during the day there was lots of cuddles and pets. But now I don't have time to do that. And so we have two dogs, right? We have Zoe the beagle, and we have Kita, the Norwegian elk hound, and each one, personalities is like ours. So Zoe has my personality because we're just very much like, we'll do what we want whenever we want. We're the alphas, right? And then Kita, she just needs attention like all of the time. Like she will lose it over pets all of the time. You think nobody petted her. So last night, Elbow and I were laying in bed, and Kita was losing it, right? If we touched Zoe to pet her, she would start whining, which she never does. It was so cute.
Oh my goodness.
And she was just so excited.
Something else.
And then I'm trying to like go to sleep, right? What does Zoe do? She crawls onto the pillows behind me like a cat to like lay on my head and my shoulders. I was like, ma'am, you are not a cat. This is not right now.
You don't fit here.
Right? You don't fit here at all. But she thinks she's a cat. She likes to lay on top of the couch and everything. So it's just really funny how our dogs are. But like BNI's favorite dogs are the opposite dogs.
See, that's so cute. That's so cute. Excuse me.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay.
Or
So guys, we're gonna go ahead and play this ARCCA hearing that should give us time to talk about it before court starts today. Because remember, we got Jim McCabe on the stand. So we don't want to miss any of that. While I'm setting all of this up. Also today, we are going to be taking a break in between the day, but not until lunchtime. While the court's at lunch, we will do what we did Monday, where we will redirect you to Midday Missing so you can catch Terry and her missing person stories. They're really good and they need all the attention. So please follow us there, and then we will redirect you right back here for part 2. It went flawlessly Monday. I think we can do it again, hopefully. We'll see what happens. So yeah, let's give this court hearing that we missed yesterday. You'll get whiplash. Oh boy, I am ready. Okay.
All right, Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, in light of yesterday's hearing with the ARCCA witnesses, the Commonwealth is going to ask the court to preclude the ARCCA witnesses from testifying both about any new testing and any new opinions, and secondly, from testifying about their original opinions turned over in a report prior to last year's trial. To be brief, what we learned or confirmed is that we do not have all of the discovery of communications. There was a court order for the ARCCA witnesses to provide Your Honor with all of their information, phone records, text messages, communications about this case. Instead of providing their information to the court, they instead chose to send it to the defense, and then it was summarized and provided by the defense to the court and to the Commonwealth. It appears to me that is not in compliance with the court's order. What we learned during the hearing yesterday is that Dr. Wolf admittedly destroyed over 100 text messages. Now, he mentioned that he changed phone carriers, but then later admitted that he actually intentionally, for no apparent reason, destroyed the text messages in this case. And so what is left for Your Honor to look at is a summary of phone records from the defense and ARCCA's information that is passed through the defense to the court. You do not have the text messages. You do not have the content of the text messages. There is no summary of the conversations, dozens and dozens of calls between the defense and the experts. It is difficult to believe that all of those text messages and all of those phone conversations dealt with simply logistics. In fact, we later learned during the questioning of Dr. Rentschler, there is much more involved than simply logistics. But to get back to Dr. Wolf, he did not disclose to the court that he was communicating and having conversations on Signal. How odd. An expert using Signal. Never used it before. Dr. Rentschler said would not use Signal, never use Signal. But Signal, as we know, is an application that does not create a record of communications. Dr. Wolf maintained on his direct that everything he did was logistics, even when we showed him the direct examinations with comments that asked for input from the defense to questions in a way that would be advantageous to the defense and to thwart the Commonwealth. Dr. Wolf actually still continued to testify that that was simply procedure and logistics, never admitting the fact that there was, in fact, conversations or information exchanged about bettering the presentation for the defense. Inevitably, I asked him about the sequestration order and how evasive he was. You simply have to compare him to Dr. Rentschler, who was quite candid. An hour or 45 minutes with Dr. Wolf, difficult getting a straight answer. Dr. Rentschler told us more in 5 minutes than Dr. Wolf told us his entire examination. And what we unfortunately learned is that during the trial, when this court had a sequestration order, information was being passed to the experts about witness testimony, in this case, unknown to the Commonwealth, unknown to the court, information, particular information, not general information, witness testimony, issues in the case. We have no idea who is deciding or identifying the issues and who the advantage is given to in describing those issues. But that is witnesses being prepped through an intermediary. So we know the Department of Justice, at least, is violating the order, helping the witnesses along, and then they testify unbeknownst to the Commonwealth that they have this information, but obviously is reflected in the testimony. In addition, I've provided some clips to Your Honor for review.
Yes, do you want me to mark these as an exhibit?
I do.
Okay, so this was an exhibit from yesterday.
Where's his communications with Whitman? That's what I want.
I did have the opportunity to look at them.
I suggest that the relationship was not resigned to mere logistics. And so from that subterfuge, what we stand with today is that we know that the witnesses were well prepared. We know that there was not true independence. And what we know is that they are refusing to provide the necessary information to support their original opinions that they gave at the first trial. They cited that it was a protective order. Perhaps it is. That has nothing to do with the issue. By calling the ARCCA witnesses as their witnesses, they then have the obligation to comply with Rule 14. Unlike the first trial, where the Commonwealth had no ability to do any testing, review, vet the reliability of the information, properly prepare for cross-examination, this trial, that should not occur. Just because it happened last trial and the Commonwealth was disadvantaged does not mean it should happen this trial. And that is precisely why I began moving for discovery in this case early on. Inevitably, if these witnesses cannot provide information because it's under a protective order, it may not be the defendant's fault in its inception, but it is their problem and difficulty because they chose to hire the ARCCA witnesses. They could have chosen any witnesses they want. Rule 14 is not obviated because they made a strategic decision to call the ARCCA witnesses. So now going into this trial, even Dr. Rentschler admitted that an expert should have time, in their opinion, a month or more, to review the raw materials. It's not enough simply to have a report, as Attorney Alisi preached during his argument. We should have the opportunity to go through the raw data, the history, the videos, determine whether there's any failed testing. We don't have that benefit. And so my position has changed, that those early opinions should not come in because we have no ability to fairly cross-examine. As for the new opinions, the report may not be done until May 7th. We are in the middle of trial. Concedingly by the defense, or at least their witnesses, it takes a month to go through the discovery. When I filed my motion on the eve of trial that we would be unable to prepare or we would want a continuance in this case, I appreciate why this case wasn't continued. But I knew, given our scheduling, our experts will not be able to look at this material. Our expert is away until after the first week of May. He is going to be testifying shortly after. He will have no ability to digest this enormous amount of materials, vet whether it's accurate or not, conduct tests to combat it if he thinks that it's inaccurate or unfair.
Did you get
And so
defense?
the discovery violations, regardless of the state of mind, are upon the defendant. There is no exception that you used ARCCA witnesses. There is no exception that you hired somebody that used to be under a federal protective order. They chose them, and I would suggest it seems strategically. When we noticed we'd have new experts in October, the defense from past experience, and probably other experience, but we know from this case, knows the process. They would have to file a TUI letter and wait for a response. And yet they waited until February to seek permission, which then extended their permission past February into March, and then they didn't even start the review until late March. And so it's fundamentally unfair. We should not be placed in the position of cross-examining experts without the fair ability, as any participant, defendant, Commonwealth, any participant would have in a case, to consider and then to rebut. And so for that reason, I ask you to exclude both the new opinions and new testing, and also to exclude the earlier opinions that we will never, at this point, receive the proper discovery with to prepare.
All right, thank you.
It's unfair.
Mr. Alessi, I only have one question for you. So would you stand, please? You're arguing this, right? This was your motion. So my question is, how do I reconcile the fact that 100 text messages were deleted by counsel? And we heard yesterday counsel's preferred method of dealing with Dr. Wolf was via Signal. How do we reconcile that with the Massachusetts Rules of Professional Conduct 1.15? I don't see how you reconcile that, where all correspondence related to the matter, whether in physical or electronic form, must be saved for 10 years minimum.
10 years.
How do you reconcile that? How do I reconcile that?
Should I go to the podium?
Right there, and I expect a short answer.
The short answer, Your Honor, is the rule that you're citing has absolutely no applicability to this proceeding for the, can I finish my answer, Your Honor?
Right ahead.
Has no applicability. That rule is intended to be between an attorney and the client. The court has no jurisdiction to enforce that rule.
I agree. That's a different body, but I'm asking you how I reconcile that when I'm trying to figure this out. Mr. Lessie, you know what? You're going to win this, so why don't you just let me make my ruling, okay? So I understand there have been repeated violations of the reciprocal discovery orders and my orders, repeated and deliberate. But, and Mr. Brennan, I understand completely the Commonwealth's argument, completely the ambush that has been set upon here. However, a defendant's right to a fair trial is paramount to everything. So I'm going to allow the ARCCA witnesses to testify. I am going to allow what I expect to be a very robust cross-examination. And I'm going to allow them to testify to everything that they said up until yesterday. So you'll get the report May 7th. And I know that's late. And if you need anything as a result of that being late, I'll hear you on whatever motion you have. But that's where we stand. And I expect counsel to comply with all rulings and rules of the court and all rules of professional conduct, and no more nonsense. Let's just try this case. All right, that's it. I'll see you tomorrow.
All rise in the court, please.
Okay, sure. What was the point of even asking?
Alessi to talk.
Well, and why do you need reconciliation when you're like, you're gonna win? You're gonna win anyway. So why even bring that up then if it doesn't? You don't have to reconciliate anything. I don't understand. But okay, Bev. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Okay, so what was the law she cited?
Oh, I didn't catch the number, but
Either.
it seemed like, oh crap, I forget. Maybe somebody in the chat will know what the number was.
You know what?
I was
Never
just
mind.
like, what
Lady
is
Gray and
happening?
Angie are gonna know.
Yeah, they'll work it out for us. But
Let's put it
10
in the
years,
chat.
right? A lawyer's supposed to keep stuff for their clients for like 10 years. One, I didn't even know that.
Our lawyers, not ours as in North Carolina, but the ones I worked for, some of them still had records from 1996.
Wow.
And some of them
Wow.
had record, the oldest one, who was just the sweetest old, anyway. I found when I was cleaning out one of his filing cabinets, and he had records from like the 60s.
Thank you, Lady in Gray. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying he had records from the 60s.
Wow. I mean, I totally get it. Like, you got to keep this stuff for, possible appeals or, getting new trials
I was like,
and things like that.
Dude, that's like 70 years. Like,
I think we're good.
They might not be there.
I think we're good. Wow, that was something. Well, one, I'm glad that she's allowing these ARCCA guys, because one, we get to see Dr. Wolf again, and that makes me excited. And I also am excited about them doing it because Brennan is probably going to be fired up. I would like to see the voir dire happen in front of the jury. That's what I would really like to see. But oh my gosh, how is he like, it's unfair? Like, has he turned in all of his communication with everybody? Like I just don't I don't get why it's important. I'm sure there's a good legal reason why it could be important. I just don't know what it is. I just think that law she cited doesn't even apply. But we said the lawyer, pulled it up and read it yesterday. A lot of it had to deal with billing. She just seemed like she went. Oh no!
Is that why she shut him down so quickly?
I think
Alessi?
So, maybe.
That's embarrassing.
That is embarrassing. Ooh, if that's the case. Because otherwise, why be like, how do I reconcile? What are you talking about?
Reconcile what?
A lot of what he's complaining about has to do with what happened during the last trial. So here's the thing, right? What are they getting their panties on a bunch for if they're going to be testifying to the same shit that they did in the first trial? How's that an ambush? If anything, from what I heard how they came about in the last trial, that was ambushy. And I also did not like the fact that the judge also called this an ambush. What
Yeah,
are you
she seems
talking
a
about?
little biased.
A little bit, Bev. I mean, it's not great. It's not great. Let me find the stream for later today. Okay. Well, I'm glad our boy is going to be back. That makes me happy. Love that for us. Okay, they're not live yet, so cool. So how excited is everyone for Jen McCabe today?
I have my
I'm
notebook.
excited.
It's charged.
I'm excited.
I'm
We're
ready
just
to
going to be
go.
rebuttal to a new expert. Yeah. Well, and then they were like, and then they talked about witness testimony or whatever. Experts are allowed to do that, right? I'm pretty sure.
I mean,
they're like the only people who's allowed to like listen to other people's testimony, or is it just limited to experts? Either way, the whole trial was televised, the first one, so
I see.
they're just going to rebut what the prosecution expert put forth. Oh, okay.
But now they're going to testify and can rebut.
Okay. So double whammy then, maybe?
Right? Am I understanding that right, Buffy, Angie, lady? Counsel.
Yes. Angie says they can. Yes.
Oh,
they can.
That's so exciting.
I'm really hoping that cross doesn't happen until after lunch. Because I have
She's
my
gonna
appointment, and I know they're just gonna go to cross like once I have to step out for an hour. Ugh. What about your cat?
I feel like she's gonna lean off, like she's gonna fall off.
I am so low in this chair. I don't know how to get it back up, but it's I feel so small. You can't see the rest of me, but it's very funny. She's made it to where they can testify to what they said in the last trial and review the prosecution's expert.
So the defense should have left it alone, and they would have had less. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah, because Angie's got it. Today's everybody's like appointment day. Ugh. Worst time. We should just write them and be like, oh, this is not convenient for us. Please and thank you. Please call this court to reschedule, Jen. Okay, thanks. They seem to listen to us about other things, so that would be nice. By the way, you guys, if you haven't yet, please like this video because it appeases the YouTube gods and puts us in the algorithm. And you guys did such a great job yesterday. By the way, we had more likes on yesterday's video than a lot of other videos, or the other ones from this trial. So thank you for liking. It helps. It tells people, you know what? I like these ladies. I want to go listen to more, and you should too. So yes, please like. If you're not a member, subscribe. Or wait, no, that's not how that works. Sorry, I've only had one cup of coffee today. No, you can subscribe for free, but then you can join to be a member. You can pick your tier. We do members only things, including a live event in person this Saturday, May 3rd. Terry and JT will be live in Austin, Texas at Hamilton Pool and Vineyards to discuss the yogurt shop murders. And we will be streaming it live for our members only. So what if you told me? I don't know what that was from.
So I don't know how I did it, and I don't know how to undo it yet, but I'm going to figure it out. But I can hear you here, but if I open another tab, which I did because I was going to go like the stream because I like it, it started playing also from my laptop. So I'm hearing out of my laptop with the earbuds and the speaker. So I don't know what I did.
I don't know what to do.
Anyway.
It's too early for me to use my brain for that, but no, I did not know that. Did you see Jen took the stand at 2:27 yesterday? Oh boy, what a coinky dink, huh? That's so funny. But you know what though? The timestamp on the YouTube videos was probably wrong. Angie, did you do the time math that Whiffen was talking about? You know, that complicated time math to get to what the real time is? Oh, it's so awesome. I love the sound of my own voice. Oof,
Sorry, I'm back on the
yikes.
stream now. I liked it. So.
I'm just kidding. Good morning, Amos. Are you on your travels right now? Are you on the road?
Are you gonna join us locally?
Hello, 80s Music Man. Good morning. Good morning. Sorry, hold on just a second. I know some people last night went back and watched Jen McCabe's first testimony. We should have done that, but I was too tired last night. But I think
might
Polly
figure
went
it
and
out.
watched it afterwards. So, and I've heard that some things have changed. I mean, we had a lot of questions just from the things she said yesterday. And you know, one of the things that I was thinking about, and it might just be because, you know, we don't know everything about this trial because we didn't watch the first one.
Mhm.
They keep bringing up that, you know, there were people in the Albert's house. They didn't hear the sirens, you know, all the lights going off and the commotion in the front yard. They didn't hear it at all. And, you know, Jen is there, her, Karen and Carrie, but that's her sister's house. And she didn't like start beating on the door, calling them, trying to get in the house and be like, what the fuck, you guys? John is out. Like, nothing? Did that not? I mean, we don't know. I don't know that because, again, I didn't watch the first trial. Maybe that did happen. But late last night, I was just thinking about it like, wait a second, that's her sister because it didn't connect until then that was her sister's house. And I just think that's weird because if it was my
Hmm.
brother's house, I would be banging on the door. Did Jen
Yeah.
call her sister a bunch of times? I mean, that's weird to me.
Hmm.
When there is a dead body found on your sister's front lawn, I'm just
You're
saying.
right.
Isn't it weird?
Yeah, that's weird. I hadn't thought about that either, but
I mean, they're sisters who hang out apparently. So hell, she
is
probably
that
even has a
something
key to
that
the
they brought
house.
up last
Oh, I don't
trial?
know. I have no idea.
I wouldn't
No idea.
imagine so, but I mean, if you thought of it, why not?
I'm probably, I mean, yeah, I'm not like some freaking genius
I
or anything
mean,
like that, but it just hit me like late last night because I was, you know, trying not to think about any of this. And then, of course,
I meant if you thought of it, other people would think of it too.
Buffy says, I would be thinking that everybody inside the house is dead. Oh, yeah, like this is literally happening in front of your sister's house. I mean, does she ever call? Do we know that? Do they have that data? I mean, they have all this. They probably didn't freaking collect it because so I'm curious to see if they ask her about that. I would. Because that to me, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, wait a second, what? Because she
Yeah,
probably has a key to the house. I mean, if my brother lived closer, like my bestie and I have keys to each other's houses. So I think she has one for, I definitely had one for her. But yeah, I would be banging on that door trying to wake somebody up. She said she tries to call her and she didn't answer. How many times did she try to call her? Because I would be, that's so, okay. So she tries to call her and she doesn't answer. There's a dead person on the lawn. That your friend, by the way, not, well, according to Jen, somebody is laying on the lawn to 911. But you know this guy, it's your friend. He's also a police officer. And you just call her, she doesn't answer. And you don't think anybody else in the house is freaking dead? What? I mean, the not answering would cause me even more concern, right?
yeah, exactly.
I'd be freaking out. What's going on in the house? What's going on with my sister and her husband and their kids? Like, there's kids. I mean, I know they're grown-ish, but That's it. It was really weird. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Twice, I think. Oh, okay. Okay. But she called everyone else a billion times. But okay.
More than 3 times.
More than 3. Oh, right. Was it more than 3 times? I forgot about that. Oh, Lady in Gray has come back. Thank you so much, Lady in Gray, for this knowledge. I think it is the Massachusetts Rule of Conduct 307, Rule 115, is that Brennan used. It's about safeguarding client material. It doesn't apply to experts. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. I was just looking at a message. So that's something I want answers from her. It's very important to me because I just need to know. It's driving myself crazy last night. Because wouldn't you be worried? I would. Sammy Sunshine says, I agree. In a panic, I would be worried about my family and looking for help from anyone I felt I could trust for help. Exactly. I mean, because not only is there a dead officer on the lawn, but you got an officer living inside the house. So if there was another rule that applied to experts, he would have used that. Oh, yeah, fair point. That's true. That's true. Also, good morning, Sam. Good morning.
Good morning, Sam.
Oh, it's a ray of sunshine. What else did she talk about that was yesterday?
Hold
on. Oh, I forgot. Annie takes notes. I'm glad one of us does because it's not me.
For
I tried.
Jen, oh my gosh.
I tried the first day to take notes. It was too distracting. I couldn't keep up.
Well, for her, I just kept having questions. And granted, she answered like 3 or 4 of them towards the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
But still.
I know. Oh, she said that weird thing about Karen straddling John's body and then pulling up her shirt and his shirt and
and we didn't hear anything about that from Carrie.
Nothing from Carrie. And I do feel as Carrie, we know, was not out drinking that night with anyone.
Mm-hmm.
She was about as sober as anyone in this story, or well, more sober than anyone else in this story. And she would have or should have seen that because she was right there because she started CPR first. I would remember that. I'd be like, girl, what you doing? Like, what? So, oh, there's Polly Prissy Pants. Good morning, Polly. Jen and AJ are so snarky to each other. I can't wait. Oh my God, I can't wait either.
One of the things that annoyed me about yesterday was that because she was texting John up until the point that she saw them outside the house and she was like, park behind me or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But then she testified that she saw the vehicle leave and that he never came inside. And I said it yesterday and I'll say it today. It annoys me that she either didn't say or didn't testify to texting him after that, like, hey, what's wrong? Why didn't you come in? Where'd you go? Because if it was my friend, I'd be like, what happened? Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
You'd plan to be here. And so that's suspicious to me.
So apparently Jen just doesn't think about anybody, but I mean, that's what you can take away from that. Like, she doesn't give a shit that John's not here. She doesn't give a shit whatever's happening.
He's dead on the lawn.
Yeah, like, it's whatever. She's very laissez-faire about the whole thing. It's very strange. It's very strange. I mean, I don't want to say she's lying yet, but I have questions. I also like how she made Karen seem absolutely awful for being so hysterical.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
It's her significant other.
Right? She's not cold-hearted like Jen is, apparently, not even trying to get into her sister's house to make sure they're okay. I mean, one of the two seems more normal to me than the other one.
Okay, and the whole argument about the shoes thing. So, like, you do not wear shoes inside my mother-in-law's house.
Oh, yeah.
She is the cleanest person I've ever met. You don't do it. But if there was, if I thought she was missing or something was wrong, or that's not what I would be thinking about.
Right?
I'm not thinking about her floors. Right. Like, if I mess them up, I'll clean them for you if you're okay. But that's not where that is the dumbest argument to me. But
I thought it was so weird when she said that. Like, who
Yeah.
cares? Because she acted like
Their shoes.
Karen was, how dare she? How dare she? You wear shoes inside John's house when it is snowing and we're frantic. I mean,
don't do
here's
that.
the thing too, right? Is like Karen calls them and is like, hey, John is missing, John is missing, John is missing.
Don't take your
Make sure
shoes
to do
off.
everything.
I mean, do take your shoes off.
Right? But she brings them along. They're in for this ride, but then they're just chill. Like when they get to the house, like, you think you can call me at 5 a.m. to go looking for someone in a blizzard, and I'm
How
just gonna
dare
be
you.
chill AF the
Yeah.
whole time? No. Now, would I probably be annoyed if somebody was hysterical? Probably a little bit, because it's 5 a.m. and I haven't had any coffee. And I too would probably be like, shut the F up, Karen. Okay, I'm trying to drive in a blizzard. Okay, just look. But I wouldn't be like, treat them like they're a bad person for freaking
Yeah.
out. It's so weird. I'd be taking off my shoes. Well,
I guess,
there's that.
it really
so,
shouldn't matter at that point because it's such a small, minute thing.
yeah.
Whether
when they
you take them
say
off or not.
it's too many details.
Yeah.
It's too many details.
It does not matter in the grand scheme. Like,
No.
a person could be missing. I don't know. I just thought it was an absolutely ridiculous.
Right? She must have
that
killed him
wasn't
because she
obvious to me,
didn't take
JJ.
off her shoes. We all know that murderers don't take off their shoes in houses. Oh my goodness.
Oops. Yeah, that wasn't obvious to me. Sorry. I was like, okay.
80s Music Man says, John went inside somewhere, fight happens, John gets brutally beaten, dog bites, John defending their owner and gets tossed outside. They panic. Karen showed up at the wrong time, wrong place.
I expect if allowed to testify, Mrs. McCabe would testify that she had a phone call with John O'Keefe before John O'Keefe and the defendant arrived at Fairview. And John O'Keefe and the defendant were lost. And in giving directions, she offered to John O'Keefe, which was heard by the defendant, the house is near Bella's mom's house. That is evidence of motive.
All right, just that she
Motive.
said, yeah, I'm going to allow that.
I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. Yesterday, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought Mr. Brennan was trying to get in the nature of the relationship between Bella and John, which would be hearsay. I have no problem with this offer of proof.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than yesterday.
Okay.
All right, and I understand the loop you'll make eventually, but this is all you intend to get through Ms. McCabe now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because I don't think from what I heard,
Motive.
she knows of that relationship at that time.
Okay.
So I don't think I should ask that.
Okay.
Just that she was giving directions and.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, and then those clips can come in.
Great, fantastic, thank you.
All right, so we'll bring the jurors over.
The only thing I would ask is let's not be played with Ms. McCabe on the stand.
Agreed.
Get ready for the hearings.
All right, let's bring the jurors over. Do you need me to take a recess? Okay.
Llama, bring one.
Why don't? Yes. Yes.
You are
Okay, wow. They want to use that it's by Bella's house for motive. Shut it.
Okay.
Get out of here. That is a stretch. Is he doing his morning stretches? Everybody do their Brennan morning stretches because he is doing all the yoga this morning. That's crazy.
Okay.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Y'all hear that? Isn't that crazy? I'm setting up our little banner thing, and then I'll see what your guys' comments are. Jeez, a motive. Oh my goodness.
Lady in Gray agreed.
Oh, wait. I don't even know where I am.
Nope, you're good. I said, I was going to say, Lady in Gray agreed she'd always kick off her shoes, but not in that situation.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be like, rude in other people's houses, but if you're missing, I will tear your entire house apart. So
Good morning, Mama's mama.
Good morning. It's going to be a wild day of court today because Jen McCabe is about to take the stand for part 2 of her testimony. I have so many questions. I can't wait to go over all your notes for her. because it's just, I don't
I
know.
know.
Like, I don't want to say that she's lying. I know everyone else thinks she's lying. I don't want to say that yet because I didn't watch the first testimony. I don't know a lot about it. I know y'all are
Yep.
probably right. Okay. I know y'all are probably right. Um, but I do feel like she is certainly embellishing.
I
Very
found
much
a
embellishing.
side-by-side video of Jen McCabe's testimony so far and last time. I can't wait to watch it after the trial.
Oh, nice.
I'm so
Okay.
excited.
I love that. Also, think it's weird they wanted to go look at his house again when Karen was just there with Kaylee, who said he wasn't home. Yeah, again. Then Jen says Karen is crazy. She wanted to go back to the Alberts house instead of looking at his home. She's crazy. You mean looking for the person the last time you saw them? Like, whenever you lose something, what do? You look in the last place you had it. And they're acting like she is a crazy bee.
Both of them.
Both of them. Like, well, I'll give Carrie a little, you know, a little bit there. Okay. She wasn't there. She wasn't at the house ever. She wasn't at the bar. She doesn't know what's going on.
I guess
right?
you're right. She
But
was mostly
Jen-
just like, shut up, Karen.
Right. Jen, girl, get it together.
Hi,
And that's crazy to me. Oh my
Good
goodness.
morning, Bells.
It is batshit crazy. You're batshit crazy. Oh, I don't do as good as voices as Buffy does. I apologize.
Buffy's.
Good morning, Bells. Good morning. For everyone getting in, we did watch the ARCCA testimony yesterday, our hearing, and ARCCA is coming in, y'all.
All right, good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Oh, nice to hear you.
I appreciate you being prompt and ready to go this morning. There was something I needed to discuss with the lawyers to help streamline the evidence that'll be presented to you today. So I appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Exactly.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. Could we have Ms. McCabe back, please?
Yes. Let's go. I'm so excited about this.
Good morning, follow me, please.
Mr. Kidd, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
May I proceed?
Good morning, Ms. McCabe. Good morning.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, that color
Good
looks
morning.
good on her.
Good morning.
Before you take us back to Fairview Road, I want to ask you a couple of questions about John's house at Meadows. Are you familiar with his house?
Yes.
Have you seen the front of his house before?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with his driveway?
Yes.
Are you familiar with whether there's any surveillance system at Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as Exhibit 6. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Why do I?
That's John O'Keefe's house.
Could we provide Exhibit 6 to the jury, please? On that screen, is that Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes.
Show me what's been marked as Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That is the side of Mr. O'Keefe's house, the two garage doors.
Is there any indication of surveillance?
Is this a Ring camera right here? Looks,
Is that what John O'Keefe's side of his house looks like?
yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 10. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the driveway at John O'Keefe's.
You see a car to the left?
Yes.
Do you know whose car that is?
Yes, that's Miss Reed's.
Is that where you left it the night before? For those early morning hours when you drove to Mr. O'Keefe's house?
Yes.
one shows it's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, Miss Reed's vehicle.
Is that the vehicle that Ms. Reed showed you with the broken, missing taillight that morning?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned earlier in the night you spoke to John O'Keefe when you called him or he called you about directions to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And you also shared that you had a phone conversation offering directions.
Yes, I did.
Did you tell John that the house at Fairview was near Bella's mom's house?
Objection.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Brennan.
Okay. What did you tell John as far as directions to Fairview? How did you mark it for him?
I told him to go by, past Bella's house, the Bella's Street, and then to follow it down to the end.
Now I want you to take us back where we were yesterday when we left off. You had brought us to Fairview Road. You had found John.
Yes.
You shared with us that you were trying chest compressions. Before the chest compressions, did you make a phone call?
I called 911.
I'd like to move to introduce a copy of that 911 call.
Okay. Do you have something physically to... Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin does.
Thank you.
With,
45. Thank you.
with the court's permission, I'd like to play Exhibit 45.
Yes.
No, this is for what emergency.
Yes, I need someone to come to Thornhill, Fairview Road, in that the man passed out in the snow.
You can't hold up, if you can't say so, you can't get to know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us, that's the line.
I can keep going, like, you guys are hearing it, okay?
I'm a trade that line, because it can't.
Okay. I know. Where's the budget? I don't keep going to turn.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911 is on your bulletin, where's your emergency?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Houston?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, what else?
He's gonna get here, okay?
Okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
That's his girlfriend, his name is John O'Keefe.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he Terry? Is he? I don't. I don't know if he's women. There are two women trying to into this party and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we have to get the side camera going. I just got to know.
Okay. Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upside?
I'm right up front of his car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Terry, you gotta get off of me. Terry, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there's any alcohol or drugs involved?
He been out. He has been out.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, I'm asking Congress about, so maybe, and I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head out?
Yes, possibly. I think he's bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
So I think coming out the note that one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of them is doing CPR?
Yes, both working on him.
All right, if you're doing CPR, and just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Good, sir.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, describe your mental state when you were speaking to 911.
I guess the best way to describe it was I was in shock. My heart was racing. I was trying to be as helpful as I could and get the information to the most important information out as quick as I could to the 911 operators, but also the scene there with Karen and Kerry was a bit chaotic between the two of them. So I was just trying my best to be as calm as I could, to get help there as fast as I could, and to answer their questions the best that I could.
Before you told the 911 operator John O'Keefe's name and his age, you said there's a man in the snow. Do you know why you chose those words?
I think I just wanted to get out the most specific details. So a man in the snow versus, John O'Keefe and into a story. I think I just was get the details to them as fast as possible to get help there to him as fast as possible.
When you told the 911 operator that your friend John O'Keefe was the person lying in the snow, how did you know his age?
We used to joke because he was a couple months older than me. So I would, say, oh, well, you're older than me. It was a silly little thing between friends.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side, but then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw, and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Ms. Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave the, to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer, not sure specific, I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away, and then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead, is he dead, is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
I don't know a time, but it was...
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Saraf. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers, I don't remember their names. There were EMTs, I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
You're active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids? She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead? And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, you know, to die in the cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy, the snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis, so when I am out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling and sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, you know, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search and get a result?
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, you know, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him as he did?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe as they were I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Ms. Roberts' car?
Yes, that's where I'm referring to, sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us, yes.
Do you remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was like startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy, and I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
Sustained. I'll strike it. You can ask it differently.
What was your motivation for trying to interrupt the defendant making the statements to the first responder?
Karen was hysterical, irrational, kind of.
I'll move on.
Oh, okay, I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay.
Forgot I was on mute because the garbage truck was coming by. It's very loud.
Okay.
Girl, what are your thoughts already? Oh, by the way, I love that lady's shirt right there. That black one with the gold buttons. Love that.
Oh, yeah.
I'd wear that.
I was gonna say
Anyway.
I like the jacket right next to it,
Oh yeah.
the blazer, the light blue one, but that
Mhm.
shirt was awesome too.
So.
Actually, Angie, I wrote down something Angie said. That she removed her shoes for her good friend, but when she called the police, she called him a man in the snow. Didn't mention anything about him being a cop, knowing him, like just there's a man in the snow.
Nothing.
You know.
About that. Did I have my period?
What?
She's
Come
a grown-ass
on.
woman. Why would she say that?
Ridiculous.
Yeah. After you made the search at the defendant's request for an inquiry regarding hypothermia, did you have a chance to speak to the officers further?
Yes.
Did they ask you to do anything or go anywhere?
Yes. Officer Lank asked me to go into my sister's house and to wake them up.
And your sister's name again?
My sister, Nicole.
And that is the house you were in the night before?
Yes.
And after you spoke to the officer, they requested you go in to speak to your sister, did you?
Yes.
Was there any directive on what you should speak to your sister about?
No.
After the officers asked you to go into the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in, and I walked over to the bed, and I was like, Brian, Nicole, because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me, so much was happening, but I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep, and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up, and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did, yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No.
How long was that conversation, do you know?
Not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband, Matt, had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
Okay. At this point, I want to go back and show you some video. Have you seen video in this case before?
Yes.
I'd like to ask the court's permission to display Exhibit 4, and I would like to walk through some of the video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you kindly put on Exhibit 4. I'd like to start at 6:09:57.
Oh, great. It's our favorite video again. Yay. Oh, it's a different one.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to the arrival at Fairview.
Look at how much snow's on the ground. No way his whole body was covered in snow. No way.
That's a good. Yeah, because this is after they found it. Before this is going on.
Right before, yeah. It's like an inch and a half, 2 inches maybe.
You can see it. If you can see parts of
Can you
the
stop there,
sidewalk
please?
or driveway,
Ms. McCabe, do you recognize this scene?
Yes.
Is that morning?
Yes.
The car directly in front of this dash cam, do you know whose vehicle that is?
Kerry Roberts.
On the left, we see somebody with a blue parka or jacket. Do you know who that is?
I believe that's me.
Can you continue to play, please?
you can see the curve of the driveway. Look at it.
Can you stop there, please? Does that fairly depict your first interaction with law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you see the flagpole in that video?
Yes.
It's behind
And
us.
is that the area where you found John?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'd like to move forward in the video if we can move forward to 6:14:45, please. Could you stop there? Can you identify people on that video from right to left, if you can?
I don't know the officer. That's myself. I believe behind me, that's Miss Reed.
And this is about, well, let me get the time correctly. 6:14:47. And do you know where John is at this point?
Are they lifting him to the left?
Okay. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Could you stop there? The person all the way to the left near the flagpole. Do you know who that is?
I believe Kerry Roberts.
And is that the area where John was found?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 a.m.? If you don't know, that's okay. Do you know what Ms. Roberts was doing at 6:15 a.m.?
My guess is
I don't want you to guess. Just if you know.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, you're over to the right. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
Yes, they are.
Is that Kerry on the left?
Yes.
Stop, please. On the right, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And which person are you?
I'm the one next to the one with the fluorescent yellow.
Is your back to us?
Yes.
To the right in yellow. Do you know who that is?
I don't.
Continue, please. Continue.
Yep. I don't know what happened.
Whether or not that's the woman first responder?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know why the officer moved the defendant over to from right to left?
I don't.
Okay, continue, please. Stop. At that part, is there a conversation between the defendant and the first responder?
Yes.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Continue. Stop. Do you see the officer that was with you in that group?
Yes.
Do you see him now turned away from the group speaking to somebody else?
I do.
Continue, please.
And the wind is hella blowing right now.
Thank you. If you could move ahead to 619, please. Is that you, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Stop for a moment. Do you know at which point you went to the officer's car and sat in the back with Ms. Reed?
I believe it's right after this.
Can you continue, please? Is that Ms. Roberts?
Yes.
Okay. Stop, please. Was it before or after that moment that you sat with the defendant and Ms. Roberts stood outside the car and you prayed?
I'm not exactly sure from that video.
That's fine. If we could move forward to 6:23:40, please. At this time, are you still with the defendant behind this car in some spot?
Yes, I am.
Is it during this time, 6:23 and 6:24, you tried to make those searches at the defendant's request?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you can move forward to 6:26:15.
That's what I thought too, waiting for it. Because they asked the EMT about it, remember? The first guy? It was weird. We were like, what?
Pause, please. Ms. McCabe, do you see anybody returning to Ms. Roberts' car in that area?
Yes.
And who did you see?
I saw myself, and I'm standing outside of the car speaking to Officer Lank. I saw Kerry go up and near her car. I'm not sure if she went into it. And I saw someone walk Miss Reed into the car.
Is it around this time you have a conversation with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
And what does he tell you again around this time?
He's at this point, I think, asking me questions about what had happened. And then soon after, he asks me to go into my sister's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you can fast forward to 6:34:15, please.
That ringtone.
Stop, please. You described that the house had no lights on. Is that a fair depiction of,
Yes.
of the view?
Yes.
Do you see a figure walking up the driveway?
Not on this pause clip, but I did see it, yes.
Let's play it and see if you can identify.
Yes, I can see myself walking up.
Where are you now?
I'm walking up the path to go up to the stairs into the house.
And this is at the request of Officer Lank?
Yes.
And you described first you went in and woke up your sister and brother-in-law?
Yes.
Could we move forward to 6:39, please?
Why would a cop not accompany her? That's crazy.
Stop. And do you see something happen with the house at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And what happens?
Light went on.
I'll note it's 6:39:08. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. After first responders took John and you had gone in your sister's house, what did you do next?
Next, after Officer Lang spoke to my husband, Kerry Roberts, her and I had a conversation. She was going to go pick up John's parents in Braintree. At first, I had told her I would go with her, but then Officer Lang said that I needed to, one of us had to stay at Fairview to speak to the, I believe it was the state troopers that would be coming.
Did you stay at Fairview?
I did, yes.
What was your mental state at that point?
Again, I was in shock. The best way I can describe it is the feeling of I'm present and everything's going on around me, and I'm just trying to process and make sense of everything.
Did you speak to your sister about what happened?
Yes.
Did you speak to your brother-in-law about what happened?
Yes.
And were they giving you any comfort or support?
Yes, they were being very comforting and supportive.
As you were waiting at Fairview, did anybody else come to the house?
Well, my husband, Matt, had arrived. A little while later, Julie Albert had arrived. She was dropping something off, and then Brian Sr. called her in.
Is Julie Albert the wife of Chris Albert?
Yes, she is.
And Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers?
Correct.
When she arrived, did you talk to her?
Yes.
Were you in a group? Were you talking to people privately?
No, we were all sitting around the kitchen table.
And why were you talking to everybody?
We were trying to figure out what had happened. They were trying to be supportive, trying to help me.
What was your mood?
I was extremely concerned. I was calling Kerry, trying to get updates about John. I was worried about John, his family, about Kaylee.
At that point, did you know whether John was going to live?
I had a very strong, I think deep down I knew that John was gone, but you know, this, until you hear it, I think there was that little bit of hope maybe.
Did you speak to anybody but Kerry who was not at the home that morning?
I believe I spoke, yeah, Miss Reed.
You had a conversation?
Yes, I spoke to her when she was in the ambulance.
Did you speak to her again later that day?
No, I think I texted her asking her for Kerry's number because I didn't have it.
Did you hear back?
No.
Did you ever speak to Miss Reed again?
No, I've never spoken to her again.
When you were trying to get information from Kerry and you were in Fairview, did anybody else other than the people you've described arrive at Fairview?
Chris Albert, Brian Higgins showed up, and Chris Albert.
Did you know Brian Higgins?
I knew him as a friend of Brian's.
Did you see him at the waterfall that night before?
Yes, I did.
And after you arrived at Fairview that night, after leaving the waterfall, was Brian Higgins one of the people there?
Yes.
And did you talk about what had happened in front of Brian Higgins as well?
Yes.
Was there a group discussion?
I wouldn't say discussion. I would just say, like, for instance, someone would ask me a question because everybody just, this didn't make sense to anybody. No one knew what had happened.
Agreed.
So just move on.
And so was there a lot of questions about what you saw and heard?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier that you felt like you were in a state of shock. Did you feel like you were still in that state, or were things changing mentally?
Little by little, as I sat there, I started, things started coming back to me that had been said to me earlier.
Did something significant come back to you about what happened earlier, or what you heard?
Yes.
And what is that?
When Miss Reed stated to myself and the female, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
And did anything else over the course of that morning come back to you about that moment?
Throughout, when I was still at Fairview, or throughout the day?
Still at Fairview.
I believe that was maybe the main thing. I can't be sure what time, what memories came back.
When you remembered the defendant's statements to the first responder, did you decide to do something with that information?
Yes, Officer Lang had said if I, remembered anything or needed anything before the state, the state police came, to give him a call.
Did you?
I did, yes.
And you knew Officer Lank?
I did, yes.
Were you comfortable calling him?
Yes, I was.
Did you tell him the information that you had remembered?
I just asked him to come back to Fairview.
Did he?
He did, yes.
When he came back, did you speak to him?
Yes, I did.
Were you with the group or were you alone?
No, I was with the group.
And did you tell him what you had remembered?
I did, yes.
How long did you stay at Fairview for?
I believe somewhere between 11:30. I'm being approximate with my times. Officer Proctor called me from the state police.
Do you know how he got your number?
No.
Did you have a discussion with him?
He said he would like to come by and question me, and I'm not sure if he said at your house or if I said I need to go home because I had 4 kids at home that was still sleeping, and I knew that I had to go home to them and eventually break this news to them and comfort them, and I knew that was going to be a whole nother situation to deal with.
Did you speak to him on the phone before you went home or after?
A quick phone call. I'll see you at my house.
At that point, did you share any information with him?
No, not on the phone.
Did you return home?
I did, yes.
Do you remember about what time that was?
I'm going to say 11:30 or after. Approximate.
General?
General, yeah.
Oh. When you got back home, did you have a meeting or speak with Mr. Proctor?
I did, yes.
Was it a phone call or an in-person conversation?
He came into my house with Officer Buchanan.
Okay, him and Trooper Buchanan came
Yes.
in? Was there anybody else at your home?
My husband was home, and my brother-in-law, Brian Albert, came over.
Did you speak to them?
Yes.
Did you tell them any additional information at that point?
The troopers or?
The troopers.
Yes. I know I had said what Karen had said to me, and then she had said, I hit him. Could I have hit him? I told them how she showed up at my house. I just basically gave them the events of that morning.
At that point, did you mention anything about the defendant's broken taillight?
At that conversation, no.
Did they leave?
They did leave, yes.
At some point, did they reach out to you again, or did you reach out to them?
At some point, I had another conversation with them a few hours later. I'm not sure if they called me or if I called them.
Do you know what generally the content of that conversation was?
Yes, I had remembered that Karen had told me about her taillight.
As you're processing that morning, are you trying to think and recreate the event, or are you trying to put it out of your mind?
I couldn't get it out of my mind.
While you were at home, did you receive any updates from anybody, Kerry Roberts or anybody, about John?
Yes, when I was still at the Alberts, Kerry had given me word that, John had passed. Then once I got home, I know different friends who were starting to hear. Without content, were you receiving contacts, calls, text Yes.
messages from other people?
Yes.
And were you reaching back out to other people?
Some, yes.
At some point, did you go over to Meadows Road?
On Sunday, I did, yes.
Was Sunday the next day?
Yes, it was.
Why did you go over to Meadows?
Kerry and I went over with my daughter and her daughter to see the family and to offer support and our sympathy.
You said you and Kerry. How did you get there?
Kerry picked me up.
Prior to that evening, you and Kerry, you described, weren't friends or familiar?
Correct.
Were things changing?
Yes, rapidly.
When she picked you up, who else did she pick up with you?
My daughter, who is Kaylee's friend.
And was anybody else, were any of Miss Roberts' family in the car?
Yes, her daughter was in the car as well.
So it was you, Miss Roberts, and your 2 daughters?
Yes.
You said you went to Meadows.
Yes.
Why did you go there?
To offer our condolences, sympathy, support, to be with the family. I love them.
Were they staying at Meadows?
They were at Meadows, yes.
When you went there that next day, can you describe the traffic and the people that were there?
There was a house full of family, friends, coworkers, loved ones. The car repairman, like anyone and everyone.
Did you ever see the defendant?
No.
While you're at the house, did you have a chance to speak to Miss O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
At some point that day, did you leave the house?
Yes.
Who did you leave with?
Carrie and my daughter stayed to be with Kaylee, and we left with her daughter.
Where did you go?
We were heading home, but then we ended up dropping off her daughter at her friend's house.
Now, who's her daughter? Don't give me a name. Carrie's daughter?
Carrie's daughter, yes.
And was Carrie's daughter friends with any of the Lanks?
Yes, Carrie's daughter's good friends with Mike Lank's daughter.
When Ms. Roberts drove over to Mr. and Mrs. Lank's house, did you meet anybody?
Yes, her daughter, Carrie's daughter, went in the house, and Mrs. Lank came out. Her and Carrie are very good friends, so she came out to offer support and condolences.
Was it still cold outside?
Yes, it was freezing.
When she was offering her support, was she inside or outside of the car?
She jumped into the back seat.
During that time you spent with Officer Lank's wife, did you ever go into the house?
I have a faint memory. I think I went in and used the bathroom at one point.
Okay. When you were having the conversation with Mr. Lank's wife, were you talking about what had happened?
Yes, Carrie was just explaining the morning, the phone calls, the scene, things like that.
Okay. Were you trying to get any type of inside information or push the investigation in any particular direction?
No, I didn't speak much. It was mostly Carrie and Trish was just being a supportive friend to Carrie.
At some point, did you get together with Ms. Roberts and try to memorialize what you had saw or thought that morning?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Peg had asked Carrie to do a timeline, so Carrie came over and we were sitting down talking about it, and so my sister was there and she said that she would jot it down for us.
And so when you got together, it was at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe?
Yes.
When she made that request of you, asked you to do that, did you question why?
No, she wanted us to do it, so I did it.
Why?
She wanted us to remember and try to jot down everything we remembered so we wouldn't forget.
So I'm going to sustain discretion. There is disregard, that's fine.
Did you speak to officers further in the future?
Yes.
Can you count how many times you spoke with police or the interviews you had?
There were a lot. Or a good amount, I should say.
At some point, did any of the police officers ask if they could take your phone and copy everything on it?
Yes.
Did you have any hesitation about that?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Were you cooperative?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted to help in any way I could.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a piece of paper, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
That's my signature.
You know what that document is?
Yes, it's the consent form that I signed from my phone.
I can introduce this as an exhibit.
Okay. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we could deal with it sidebar. I have no objection to the identification of it, moving in and did it, I have no objection.
Okay, I'll see what's in there.
We keep secrets. Secrets. I'm just kidding. But we did discuss it the other night. Of would we make a timeline? And we were all like, yeah, we probably would. So we're at Sidebar. Amos, thank you for
still
joining
writing.
us from the car. Oh, I can't hear you now. Oops, sorry. Because they play this music, I should probably get that. No, we can't hear you, Amy.
But we can see you and you're beautiful.
Yes, I'm so excited. Yeah, you're not coming through, babes. Hold on. Maybe it's your microphone settings. Let me see real quick.
I got issues with this testimony so far, and issues overall.
Right?
Oh,
sorry. Forgot to unmute it, guys. My apologies.
After that day when you met with Miss Roberts, and you try to memorialize your memory about what had happened, after that date, have you discussed what happened that morning with other people?
Yes.
And have you discussed it with police over time?
Yes.
I have no further questions at this time.
Ooh. Here we go, you guys. Oh, man.
only 10 a.m.
I know. I thought he was going to go till lunch or some crazy shit like that. Yes. Where's Kelly P? Somebody call Kelly P and wake her up. Amy, I don't know why your microphone's not working, babe.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
When was the last time you spoke with Carrie Roberts before your testimony today?
She called me last night.
What did y'all discuss?
She called you last night?
She asked if my daughters were going to be staying home from school today because her daughter would possibly join them.
Did you discuss anything having to do with your testimony?
Not my testimony, no.
Did you discuss anything in that conversation with her prior testimony?
No.
Are you aware that she testified last week?
Yes.
Did you discuss anything after that, after she testified with her about her testimony?
No.
We know that through her testimony that you had a conversation with her the morning that she testified.
Yes.
Right? Did you discuss what you anticipated to be her testimony in that conversation before she testified?
No.
Have you and Ms. Roberts ever discussed anything about either one of your testimonies, either in the last proceeding or in anticipation of this proceeding?
No.
So for the entirety of the last year, even though you both went through a proceeding last year where you both testified under oath and it was highly, highly publicized, neither one of you, your good friend Carrie Roberts and you, have ever discussed either of your testimonies between that time and this time?
No, we've discussed the case and we've discussed what happened that moment, the moments of the morning, but we have not discussed testimony.
Okay, so let's break that down for a second. I'm talking about, because the timing matters, I'm just asking at this point, if you'll bear with me, just the year from last year at a different proceeding to this year, you have discussed this case.
Yes.
With Ms. Roberts.
Many times, yes.
And you've discussed the specifics of her memory, which would be reflected in her testimony, correct?
We talked about what happened that morning.
So you were talking about what she remembers happening that morning, correct?
No, what happened that morning.
Okay, so not to put too fine a point on it, Ms. McCabe, but if you ask me what I had for dinner last night, it's my memory of what I had for dinner last night. Would you agree with that?
Sustained.
Did you talk about her perception of what happened that morning during the last year?
We've talked about what has happened, yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to break it down between you and Ms. Roberts. You've discussed her perceptions and her memory of what happened, as well as, and separate and apart from, your memory and your perceptions, correct?
Correct.
So there have been circumstances in which you and Ms. Roberts have compared, by definition, what she remembers versus what you remember, correct?
I wouldn't say compare.
Now let's move to well, what would you say in terms of what you've discussed and why?
I would say that we've both talked about what we've discussed, but it wasn't like a comparison. We weren't comparing anything.
You've talked about what you discussed. What does that mean? Talked about your testimony?
No, we've discussed what happened to that moment.
Right.
And in those moments. So, when I got a phone call, and that's my story. I got a phone call in the morning, and then Carrie can say, yeah, I got a phone call as well.
As you said, that's your story, correct?
Not my story. It's
Those
the
were your
truth.
words.
It's the truth.
Okay. So, for instance, when you got a phone call at 4:53 in the morning, Carrie Roberts wasn't there, correct?
Correct.
But you've discussed that with her.
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception of that, your memory of that phone call was, even though she was not recipient to and did not witness that phone call, correct?
I've told her about the phone call, correct.
As well as many other details that she was not privy to personally, correct?
Correct.
Conversations that you've had, for instance, conversations that you claim you've had with Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
And you've told her what your perception is of those conversations, or your memory was or is of those conversations with Ms. Reed, correct?
Which conversations with Ms.
Any
Reed?
conversations, just anything that she wasn't privy to. You've discussed that with her.
Me too.
Some things, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
And conversly, Ms.
Maybe
McCabe,
look, it was
obviously,
Dan. Oh, you missed it.
she's also discussed certain perceptions and memories that she has about this case, and the facts of this case, as she recalls them, that you were not necessarily privy to, correct?
Yes,
Things that may have taken place outside your presence, correct?
correct.
And you've talked about things, she's talked to you about things, now I'm getting myself confused. Y'all have talked about things that were outside of her perception and outside of your perception. And you've shared those with each other.
We've shared our experiences. We've become very close. We both lived through a traumatic experience.
How many times would you say you and Ms. Roberts have discussed your individual perceptions of what you remember happening on the 28th or the 29th of January 2022? How many times?
It would be hard to put a number on that. We talk about,
3.
it's hard. We're bonded. We talk about the trauma that we relive every day. Karen called us for help, and we both answered the phone.
And that bonding is the glue that holds you two together. Is this case, correct?
Yes.
So that probably, by definition, is the foundation of many, many, many of your conversations. Would you agree?
We've grown into friends where we talk about many other things
Sure.
besides the case.
Sure, the movie you saw last weekend and what the kids are doing next week.
Yes, and yes, absolutely. We
Okay,
talk
so-
many different things, just like girlfriends do.
I'm just concerned with and asking you about the subject matter of this case and the details and the facts of this case. You two have probably talked hundreds of times, that's fair to say, about your individual perceptions, your respective perceptions of this case, correct?
This happened 3 years ago, and we've talked about it time and time again. This case has traumatized us, so
And
it's a
talking
huge part
about-
of our lives.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
didn't hear the opinions. Can you repeat, please?
I believe it just, traumatized our lives.
Okay. It would be impossible for you two to have had so many conversations about your respective perceptions of the details of that day without that influencing the other person, correct? You've somehow been influenced by Ms. Roberts's perceptions and her memories, correct?
I don't think I would say influenced.
Would you say that she's been influenced by your perceptions and your memories?
Objection.
Would you say that, Ms. McCabe?
No, I wouldn't.
Next question.
How many times have you met with anybody from the DA's office? And I'm just going to limit the time frame right now in anticipation of your appearance in this trial, yesterday and today.
I'd say roughly 4 or 5.
Can you give me a time frame when those 4 or 5 meetings were?
I don't have dates. I do remember at one point I met with Mr. Brennan. He was new to the case. So I went in and he introduced himself.
How long ago was that? Weeks or months?
I can't give you a time frame. I'm sorry.
Do you think it was last summer?
No.
Do you think it was?
No, it was more recent.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
sorry.
wasn't in the fall of last year?
No.
It was in 2025 sometime?
I believe so, yes.
You think it might have been February, January?
Again, I can't give you an exact, I'm sorry.
All right. I want to talk about the time frames of those conversations, then I'll ask you a little bit more about those conversations. So that was the first meeting that you had was with Mr. Brennan in anticipation of your testimony. What were the subsequent 4 meetings or so that you've had? With whom and approximately what time?
Okay, so another meeting with Mr. Brennan. Are you looking for who was
Sure.
there?
Who else was there?
I mean, can I give you a general answer? I didn't write down like every meeting who was there, but
Of course.
generally, okay.
Was Mr. Lally there?
During 1 or 2 of the meetings, he was, yes.
Was Ms. McLaughlin there?
Yes.
Was there anybody else from the DA's office there?
The officer or trooper Tully was there at 1. Trooper Buchanan was there at 1. The witness advocates were there. And again, give or take the particular meeting.
Those are 2 meetings that you've talked about with Mr. Brennan and others. What about the 3rd meeting?
No, I'm sorry. I was lumping a few of them together.
Sure, understood.
I apologize.
How many meetings would you have? Let's just start there. How many meetings have you had with Mr. Brennan and either staff or colleagues?
So after the first initial meeting, I
Right.
would say, again, I didn't write them down off the top of my head. I can think of 2 or 3 more after that.
Okay.
Excuse me, first initial one.
So that's either 4 or 5 meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues, Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin perhaps, Mr. Nelson perhaps,
Yes.
the other employee of the DA's office, and Troopers Buchanan and Trooper Tully.
Correct.
You asked questions about at any of these meetings. I'm just going to lump them all together. Any
Okay.
of these 5 meetings. By the way, when was most recent?
Last night, I had a Zoom call in regards, I think the court asked them to.
Yes, I'm going
Yeah,
to stop you right there.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask a different question, and if you don't mind, I'm just going to lead you through this question.
Okay.
You had a conversation last night. I'm not interested in that particular conversation. That was for a very specific purpose. I'm asking you about everything leading up to, but not including last night's conversation, okay?
Okay.
So let's just leave that one out. You've had, I think you mentioned either 4 or 5 other meetings with Mr. Brennan and some combination of his colleagues and or law enforcement.
Yeah, and I might have, in the 5, included that one from last night.
Okay, fair enough. Were you asked questions in those, we're just going to call it 4 meetings. Were you asked questions during those 4 meetings about your testimony at the first proceeding last year?
I reviewed I did review some of my testimony, yes.
In what format?
I watched.
Paper transcript or
No, we just watched a little bit of it.
do you watch your direct examination?
A little bit, yes.
Did you watch your cross-examination?
A little, yes.
Who cross-examined you?
You did.
That was me.
Yes.
And did you watch the redirect or any part of it?
No.
Did you watch any part of any subsequent version of recross or additional questions that you were asked?
I don't believe so, no.
Was there a specific area that Mr. Brennan asked you to look at and review in terms of your direct or your cross-examination?
No.
Did you watch the entirety of the direct examination and the entirety of the cross-examination?
I do not believe so, no.
Were you questioned by Mr. Brennan following your review of that direct and cross-examination?
No.
So he didn't ask you any questions about any of your answers?
He showed me a dash cam and would ask me to point out who's this, who's that, a waterfall video, is this you, is this somebody? Those were the type of questions that he asked me.
What about any discussion about your demeanor and how you performed in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. What about your demeanor? I'm using probably a poor word, perform. How you came across your demeanor in the last proceeding? Objection.
Sustained.
Did you discuss changing your demeanor in any way, shape, form, or fashion from the last trial to, the last proceeding to this trial, my mistake. From the last proceeding to this trial, was your demeanor ever discussed?
No, I was just told to slow down, answer the question, and, answer it to the best of my memory.
Was there any discussion about talking about your background, for instance, your family and your children, and being a sports mom, as you talked about in your direct examination?
No, I believe I did that in the previous one as well.
Was there any discussion about crafting your testimony in any way to suggest a softer approach?
No.
Was there any discussion about how to develop your testimony from beginning to end?
I object.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you about, or let me ask it a different way, did Mr. Brennan take you through a series of questions, for instance, as almost a test run of questions that you might be asked either on direct examination or cross-examination?
No.
Did you practice your testimony with any member of the DA's office?
No.
Were there any sessions where you sat and was subjected to a cross-examination, like a fake cross-examination or a fake direct examination?
No, there
Anything
wasn't.
like that?
No.
What were the things that stand out in your mind? You said you had at least 4 meetings. How long was each meeting, by the way, ish?
The first meeting I think was fairly quick. It was just the introduction.
30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
I don't want to give a time because I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I was fairly quick, yes.
Okay. What about the second meeting?
Again, I don't know specific meetings, but I can tell you that there was a longer one where I did watch some dash cam video, look at different pictures, things like that.
What kind of pictures did you look at? Other than the dash cam video?
The pictures of John's house.
Okay. The same photos that we saw today?
Yes.
How long in total would you say all of those meetings were? Just taking them all together.
I really can't give you I really can't give you an estimate. I think the first one was fairly quick. The second one, one of them was a little bit longer, maybe a couple hours.
Okay. Then the third one, was that also a couple hours, or was that one fairly quick?
That was fairly quick, yes.
So fair to say between 2, 3, 4 hours total meeting times?
Again, I'd have to probably go back and look at the date and the time. I really can't give you a specific amount of time. I apologize.
Did Trooper Tully or Trooper Buchanan ask you any questions during the course of any of these meetings?
Regarding the case, no, but we did briefly talk about how my kids were, how their kids were.
But they didn't ask you any questions about your testimony, about the case, about your memories, about specific facts?
I do not believe so, no.
During any of these meetings, was anybody taking notes? Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Lally, Mr. Brennan, any of the troopers?
No, I don't believe so.
So there was several hours worth of meetings with you, and nobody scribed any notes that you saw?
None that I saw, no.
And these meetings were not recorded?
I do not believe so, no.
Ms. McCabe, I'm going to ask you a series of questions about your family because I just want to make sure it's crystal clear who's who. You're married to Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
Your sister is Nicole Albert.
Yes.
Nicole is married to Brian Albert.
Yes.
It was Brian Albert's home that you were at, 34 Fairview, that you arrived at where John's body was found, correct?
Yes.
The same home where that late night gathering was on January 28th going into the morning of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself to be close with your sister Nicole and Brian?
Yes, very close.
Your families, it's not just you and Nicole, your whole families are close, correct?
Yes, we have a very close family.
How long have you known Brian Albert?
Since I was in kindergarten.
You consider him, even though he is not blood related to you, you consider him family?
Yes.
In addition to Brian and Nicole Albert, you're also very close with Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
Yes.
just to be clear, and I'm going to do this slowly.
Okay.
Brian Albert's younger brother is Chris Albert, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is married to Julie Albert.
Yes.
You consider Chris and Julie family, even though there may not be a blood relation as well, correct?
Yes.
Chris Albert is a Canton Select Board member, is that right?
Now he is, yes.
And the Canton, that's in Canton? I said Select Board member, did I mention Canton Select Board member?
It is in Canton,
Okay.
yes.
All right, obviously it's in Canton. The Canton Police Department reports to the Select Board, correct?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware of that echelon?
No.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Albert, your friend of, I'm not going to say how many years, but since kindergarten, was a Boston police officer.
Yes.
He had been a lifetime law enforcement officer for some 30 years before he retired recently, correct?
Yes.
He's a trained first responder, obviously.
Yes.
Brian Albert and Chris Albert have another brother named Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert is a detective with a police department, correct?
Yes, I believe that's his title. I'm not 100%.
Which police department is Kevin Albert associated with?
Canton.
And you've grown up in Canton your whole life, you indicated.
Yes.
Your entire family has grown up in Canton, correct?
Yes.
And you, Ms. McCabe, have 3 sisters. Nicole, we've talked about. You also have a sister named Shelley, is that right?
Michelle, yes.
Michelle? And Denise, who you mentioned in your direct examination.
Yes.
Nicole is also known by nickname, is that right?
Yes.
What is Nicole's nickname within the family?
Coco.
Does Shelley also have a nickname? Well, I guess Shelley is the shortened
Shelley
name for
is.
Michelle, correct?
Yes.
What about Denise?
She's Dee Dee.
Dee Dee?
Yeah, like Deedee.
Your father lives close by in a neighboring town, correct?
Yes.
Don't tell me the town, but it's relatively close to Canton.
20 minutes, yes.
Okay. His name is Tom Weeks.
Yes.
I'm not going to go through all of them right now because the family tree is getting large, but there are children, cousins, second cousins, nephews, aunts, uncles. There's a combination of familial relations within that set of folks that I just talked about, Chris and Brian and Nicole and you and Matt and the folks that we've just talked about.
Yes.
That family, that large family, celebrates holidays together, I'm guessing?
We don't typically, celebrate with Kevin and Chris, but my family does, yes.
Along with Brian, Albert, and Nicole?
Yes, of course.
Birthdays are celebrated within that family?
Yes.
Go on vacations together, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Gatherings like the one on the 28th?
Yes.
Special events?
Yes.
Spend weekends together?
Yes.
You mentioned a lot of sporting events. There's a lot of sporting events that y'all go to together?
Yes.
So it is very, very easy to see that it's an extremely close-knit family.
Yes.
And naturally, you're very protective of your family, as anybody would be.
Yes, I love my family.
You also said that you knew, and your words, liked Karen Reed, my client, on the 28th of January 2022, correct?
Yes.
But she very much is not family, correct?
Correct.
She certainly was not as important to you as your actual family, the Alberts, the McCabes, the folks associated with them. Is that right?
Yes.
On January 28th, 2022, members of the Albert family and the McCabe family all went to a bar together, had drinks together that night. The Waterfall, we've heard a little bit about that, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, you went back to your sister's house for the after party that we've heard so much about. That was at Brian Albert's house, is that right?
Yes.
You've been interviewed, I think you indicated multiple times, you didn't even give a number of how many times you've been interviewed by police in this case, is that right?
Yes.
Your family is connected to people at Boston Police Department. We've just talked about that, Brian Albert, is that right?
Well, was a Boston police officer.
Right. So when I say connected, there's some familial or family or friendly connection to that police agency, Boston Police Department. It'd be Brian Albert in this case, correct?
The objection sustained.
There's also a connection to the Massachusetts State Police through your family, is that right? Objection.
So define connection.
Julie and Chris Albert are very, very close to you, correct?
I'm close with Julie and Chris, yes.
You're aware that Michael Proctor's sister, Courtney, is basically best friends with Julie.
No, I'm not aware of that. She's best friends with Julie's sister, Jillian.
Okay, so Courtney's best friends with Jillian, who's sisters to Julie,
Yes.
who's married to Chris, who's an Albert, who's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Yes.
Okay. And Canton Police Department, there's also some connections there as well, Kevin Albert being the most obvious of them. Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department?
Not with the department, but with Kevin Albert.
Right, who's a member of the department.
Yes, but my relationship's with him.
Understood. You've indicated that you've been interviewed by law enforcement agents associated with with Canton Police Department. That'd be Officer Lank.
Yes.
Can I
and
stop
Officer
you for a
Good.
second and see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sure.
Oh my goodness. My dogs are being so ridiculous today. They went outside like every second. Yeah, definitely going to need some sort of graph family tree for all those people they just listed there. I don't feel like AJ's going very hard on her yet, but I feel
Yeah,
him
I'm a
gearing
little
up right now. Like I am feeling it being like, okay, we're getting to the part. Oh, wait a second. Who's here
I
to
know.
join us? Oh my gosh, it's the lovely Terry True Crime. Hi, Terry. Oh my goodness, it's a Llama shirt. Oh, I love it. Oh my gosh, maybe I really am starting a cult.
What do
I
you
don't know.
think? Just
love
for
it.
you.
That's so cute.
Look at y'all.
I love that.
I mean,
I don't.
I can't lie and say I went and bought it just for you. I bought it when we went to a winery and we got to stop and pet their llamas.
Oh,
That's
well,
cool.
that's okay. I'll still take it. I'll still make it about me somehow. It's fine.
But I've never
love that.
worn it. So today I wore it for you.
Perfect.
And I'm not going to wear the socks I bought because they're wool and it's just a little too hot for that.
I put
Oh.
slippers on, so
Mills just asked that we turn our volumes up.
what?
No bells.
I don't know how to. They should be fine.
Okay, I turned mine up. Does that work? I think.
Anybody in particular, bells? I had to turn it back down yesterday because somebody said that I blew
Right.
their ears out.
Is this better? I usually don't change my mic volume at all.
I don't either. That's why I was like,
Me
yes,
either,
it's me, Terry.
except yesterday.
Am I better? I turned it up.
Am I too loud now? I don't know.
If there's another way to turn it, sound settings.
Yeah, go into settings and go to audio. You can adjust that there.
Why y'all making it so hard for me and make me have to figure out how to do this?
It's too early. Maybe it's a voice versus court thing. Maybe. I think it sounds good. Angie says, JT says we sound perfect.
Okay, good. I upped it.
Okay.
So anyway, that was my little gift to you today,
I
Llama.
love that. I love that shirt so much.
Perfect. About 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. Jurors, right this way. Please lift your notebooks and chairs.
Where are they going to break?
20-minute break.
Okay. Mute that. Well, hold on. We're going to see. They could be arguing something. We don't know. It's a little early.
Yeah,
for
like
their-
yesterday.
Yeah, like yesterday.
Ugh,
It's
how
a little
annoying.
early for their break, but not by much. Not by much. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I got to let Zoe outside. She is just something else today.
Where did Amy go? Oh, well. Oh, good. So is it better than it was, Bells? And am I blowing anybody's ears out today?
No, not mine.
Okay, perfect. Good.
Not mine. I'm gonna have to, I know it's none of my business, but I am gonna have to unaggressively ask, can we move the little black kitty emoji back to the other side so I can see it? It
Yeah,
blends in.
amen.
And when people put comments up on the screen, it goes away.
Oh no. Well, we'll
Well,
have
yeah,
to
we don't
do
like
that.
change.
We don't like change, Amy. You should know this about us.
Gosh.
I mean, no, I like change sometimes. Just I stare at the kitty.
Look
Oh,
at her.
there's a
She did
different
it.
one. Look at
How
that.
did she
There it
do
is.
that?
She changed. Thank you, kitty.
You
Or
are
Amy.
so
Thank you, Kitty. That's what we're calling Amos today, Kitty.
Oh,
I did change all of our names, in case you
You
didn't
did?
notice, to what Polly suggested earlier.
That's funny. So I saw AIM. I saw Amos as AIM, and I was like, that's weird. I've never called her that, and I didn't notice ours.
it says Terry, TT, or Tear Tear. So my nickname is Tear Bear or T
Oh, I love that.
because my maiden name is A Bear.
Aw.
So Tear
Oh,
Bear.
that's cool.
That
And my mom was
works.
Mama Bear.
Aw. My nieces and nephews call me Aunt Tata, so that's my
Aw.
nickname, is Aunt Tata. Even the grown one who's like almost 18. I'm still
Aw.
Aunt Tata.
I
So.
was always Shy or Cayenne, like the pepper.
Like the pepper.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny. So how
See
are
that-
you guys feeling about this stuff going on here? Did she say anything in defense that kind of made you guys like, what about that?
I think she's lying through her teeth, saying
Oh,
that they
absolutely.
didn't talk about it. I'm sorry. Girlfriends, let's just be honest, and maybe I'm the only female, but how do you not talk about this stuff with your girlfriends? If y'all really trauma bonded together, tell me you're not talking about it and try to tell me it doesn't influence your memory.
And the
I
fact
agree.
that it was yesterday, right? She
Right.
called
Last
her
night.
yesterday.
Mhm.
Last night. Come
So-
on. Lie to me some more.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me. I don't like to just go out and say that about people, but yeah, that you're lying.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, you sat there and said you guys had a trauma bond. You've talked about it numerous times. And you can't tell me that because her testimony, from what I understand from the last trial, is all over the place. It's like all anyone freaking talked about. And you never like went back and watched it or made notes. She seems a little too neurotic to not do that.
Exactly.
So I don't I don't know about that. I'm glad Jackson brought it up. Like, so you two have told each other, your stories several times. Like, oh
You guys
man,
have
that's not great.
reviewed your testimonies.
Yeah, because
Ugh.
didn't she say something? I feel like Chat was saying something that she brought up a couple of things that were. So they did bring up that she did end up going into her sister's house, because at the beginning of the show, that was one of the things I was like, what? Why wouldn't you do that? So I guess she did do that. So
But
there's
she
that.
wasn't escorted
I can't
by
believe the
a
cop just
police
was like,
officer.
yeah, go check when there's a dead body on the front lawn.
Nobody
in by
cleared the
yourself.
house. Nobody checked to see if anybody else was dead first. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a hazard.
Yeah, I would be nervous about it. That's not great. And oh God, what else did she say? Because we were talking during the last break, and I forget what it was. Oh, farts! I don't know. You took all the
When
notes.
when she went into the house, I mean, some of them might be wrong, so if they are, just let me know.
Mm.
But she said when she went into the house to wake her sister, Nicole and Brian Albert, right? Nicole's the sister. Okay. When she went in, she hesitated to wake them up for, I don't know, I'm paraphrasing, but she hesitated to wake them up because they were sleeping so soundly, which is ridiculous to me because there's a freaking dead body on the lawn.
Right.
Right? Like what?
Okay.
It's too thought out. Like, there's no way you thought that in the moment. My first thing, oh, they're sleeping soundly. No, my first thing would be like, holy shit, are they dead too?
Yeah,
See,
and if
that
not,
was
like,
my thought.
do you wake him up? Do you know anything? What's going on? Hey, there's a dead guy on. I mean, she knows him, so it would at least be like, hey, John O'Keefe. Anyway,
When you're in that kind of shock and that kind of trauma, you can't tell me your brain stops and says, oh, they're sleeping. I shouldn't wake them. No, honey, I would be screaming and waking everybody up. There's a dead person in the yard. There's a dead person in the yard. I mean,
yeah.
Only Amy would be calm about it, I think. And Amy would knock on the door and she'd be like, hey,
excuse
there's
me.
somebody dead in the yard. Could you wake up, please?
No, in
Right,
those
Amy?
stressful situations, I do tend to dissociate a little bit, like kind of like turn into a robot because everything, it's too much. But if I saw a dead body, I can tell you right now, I would not be that way. I would be freaking out. And it's so weird to me that out of the 3 women, only one is like freaked out about this dead body in front of them. Like,
because the
only
others
one.
knew.
And it's their friend. They've known John longer than Karen. Like, it's so weird to me. And I know people respond to things in different ways.
They do.
Sure. But it's just weird. It's weird to me, and I don't know how I feel about it.
As I would have been crying at least. I would have been more, unless you had time to process it and you had to get your story straight. And so you're concentrating on getting your story straight so you can't be authentic because maybe they knew.
Oh, yeah. And the prosecutor also gave her a freaking answer when he said, did you tell him it was by Bella's mom's house or something like that? And defense said, objection sustained. That was to make sure she said what he wanted her to say.
I didn't even catch that.
I did.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow. Okay. You asked that on purpose. Like, you knew that. He's well enough he knows that's not how you ask that question. Okay. But right before she comes on, right, he says he wants to bring up the Bella's mom or whatever because that points to motive. Is what he
That's
he told
right.
the
Yeah.
judge. So now your motive
Garbage.
is this woman that we haven't heard anything about at all. And if she thought that this was going on, she would have said something earlier in the day about it. You know what I mean? I thought that was weird, but he totally fed her what she was supposed to say there.
I just want to know why Mr. Kelly P is not asking her if she's medicated.
Yeah. Yeah.
She, compared to last time, she is slowed down, but I think there is some kind of relaxant, a very mild to take the edge off, whether it be Xanax, an Ativan, a gummy. I don't know if that's legal there. There's something that has taken the edge off, in my opinion.
Yeah, from the few clips I saw from the documentary we watched of her, she seemed very high-strung, I guess, like really aggressive on defense.
Right.
Like very defensive, I guess is what I'm trying to say, which don't get me wrong, I probably would be too. But it was a little much. I was like, ooh.
I mean, because I will say when we were dealing with a legal thing many, many years ago, I asked if it would be okay to give someone a little bit of a Xanax if they had a prescription for it before they went in front of the judge. And I got told it was okay as long as they were not out of it, that I could smooth the edges, but not remove the person. They said something like that. But this was Vegas too.
It was Vegas. Oh, gosh. You know what's also funny is she keeps being like, Carrie talks a lot. Carrie talks all the time. She has said more words than Carrie did in her testimony. Like, of the two.
Yeah.
Of the two, she seems like, the nosy Nancy and telling everybody everything. And I just thought that was kind of funny. And they're besties, right? Like, okay.
Yeah. Lady in Gray asked, would the judge allow the question about being medicated? I would think that it goes to the reliability of the witness because let's be honest. I mean, I took a half a Xanax when I got married the second time because I didn't want to go through with the wedding. I do not remember anything of the reception.
Oh.
Huh.
I mean, that's some strong stuff there. I'm trying to recall if they've ever asked anybody on the stand before that in trials I've watched. I don't actually recall them ever asking. I don't know if they could, or like they have a right to. I don't know though. I don't think I've ever seen that asked. Not saying it doesn't happen. But I'm not sure. I can see it not being a problem if they do, right? As long as they're able to form thoughts and opinions and, aren't falling asleep on the stand, because people have to take all sorts of medicine for all different sorts of ailments.
So I just looked in legal Zoom says, as long as it does not affect your competency as a witness, unless it makes you where you are under the influence when you testify.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking if you can't drive a car on it, you probably can't testify under it.
One would think. But that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
I'm just waiting for Mr. Kelly P to mop the floor with her. I really am. I need it.
I feel like he's building up to it. I was starting to get that his last
He's
few
starting
questions as we're starting to, yeah.
He's escalating.
Yeah, because it seems like their testimony last time was very tumultuous. Like, so he needs to be probably a little bit more friendly at the beginning.
Right. That's what I think as well.
And I did like all those questions he asked her about talking to Brent. Like, why? And he's only he's asking them for good reason, but also like,
why did they talk last night? What happened? You noticed
the court one?
in. Yeah, remember Bev jumped in and stopped that question because it was under her directive.
Yeah.
I want to know what that directive was and why they needed to talk.
Yeah, it was whatever it was definitely because she said so.
But why?
Let's see. I think he went around that with asking if they discussed her previous demeanor with her. Oh, okay. He's going to chip away at credibility of all Commonwealth witnesses, death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, I mean, that's been their tactic so far in this trial is put in reasonable doubt wherever I can put it in is what I'm going to do.
But now I'm that person, I'm that nosy Karen that wants to know, okay, why did they have a Zoom last night? And did they record the Zoom? Or can I get the transcripts from the Zoom call?
Did they hand over all that information to the defense?
I don't know. That's what I want to know. Apparently the jurors can't know, so we can't know.
Yeah, that sucks because I want to know. I bet somebody on Twitter knows. I mean, we watched the ARCCA hearing this morning, and there wasn't any like.
Oh, was there? See, that was too early for me.
Oh, it wasn't very long. It was maybe about 10 or 12 minutes that we missed yesterday, and so she's allowing ARCCA to come in, but it was just the way she went about it. She was just like, well, oh gosh, what did she say? How am I supposed to reconcile Mr. Alessi that Dr. Wolf deleted 100 messages when he didn't have to or whatever. She just kept being like, how do I reconcile this? And so like she's like, stand up and answer me. He was like, that doesn't really apply to us. And then she was like, sit down, it doesn't matter, you're gonna win anyway, so just sit down. And like, what was any of this about? I don't understand. How do they have a discussion after she's been sworn in? I don't know.
Ooh.
You know, like her talking to Carrie last night.
Maybe they wanted to tell her not to go on Good Morning America.
That's what I was gonna bring up. Well, Carrie freaking went and did Good Morning America. Apparently, it doesn't matter around here. Um,
But the
and
defense
then,
seems to know that there was a conversation
mhm,
because he didn't act totally shocked.
yeah. Oof. Are you driving into the sun, Amy? It turned all white. You're going on vacation to the sun. I love that. Um, yeah, Carrie is still under oath because I don't think they've released anybody to my recollection. I don't think they have, which is smart.
I just wish that they could find a way to perjure her for sitting there and saying they didn't talk about it. And I'm sorry, he said hundreds of times. I'm going to say thousands of times in 3 years.
I'm just saying, I've been with my besties for almost like 3 years now on here, and we talk a lot
As I say,
about a lot of things. She
imagine
just had it.
35 years with a bestie. I mean, we would be in trouble if anybody asked us. I mean, we have the same conversations over and over and over.
Same. Oh, Angie hasn't heard them release anyone either. Yeah, no, me either. You know they're on Signal. Oh, that pesky Signal coming up everywhere. I do think it's weird that the attorneys did talk to him via Signal, but as somebody brought up yesterday, I don't remember who, was it you, Terry? Or maybe
It was me because of them
yeah.
threatening his family. I would have done the same thing because if the police department is really involved, they have the ability to track your cell phone, do stuff on your cell phone, listen to things. Signal they can't see because it's encrypted. That or WhatsApp. I would have done the same thing if it came to my family.
Yeah, that's what you were saying yesterday, which made it make a little bit more.
But I do think they should have been upfront about that and said, we had communications and then we had some communications on a different app because I was worried about the safety of my family. I think they should have given it. There's too many questions around it.
Yeah, I agree. It does seem a little suspicious there. What was the other thing? Oh, she brought up, she was like, and Karen was yelling, oh my God, did I start my period? Did I start my period? Because she had blood on her hands. What? You guys believe that?
Okay, I don't remember that from the first trial. So if somebody else does, please tell me, but I don't remember that. Oh, there's Mr.
Aim.
I don't.
He's like, stop it, Aim. Stop.
I don't remember that from the first trial because I would have remembered that.
Would you think that she's a 44-year-old woman? She knows how things work. How would you think that would get all over your hands?
Because she's really intoxicated and she's in shock.
Maybe, but I don't know. It just seemed to.
Yeah.
She likes to talk shit about her every chance she gets.
They do. They are. Yeah.
Which bothers me a bit because they keep bringing up stuff to talk shit about that I don't really find very problematic, but they use it every chance they get, which is, I don't know. Sometimes it makes it harder for me to believe them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I would like to think at 44, you know how things work. But in a situation like that, who knows?
Mm.
Who knows?
Again, they found a dead body, somebody that they know.
And she was in love with, and that she was in a relationship with. And
it's just,
she's
it's weird
got
to me
guilt
that they're
feelings.
like, she's acting all crazy about it, and they're not. That really kind of bothers me a bit.
That's what bothers me because they've known him longer.
Yeah. I mean, I get kind of keeping yourself together to make sure information's going to the right place. I'm that person usually as well, but they knew this guy. Both Carrie and Jen knew him very well. So
what do you think about the fact that they were asked to do a timeline in their memories right after it happened?
I mean, would me and my friends be doing that? Yes, we would.
We would, but we live in that
We would.
world, right?
Right, we live in that world, but I guess maybe they might too. But I don't like that at all.
I don't.
I don't like it one bit, especially since it was so like right after, and they did it as a group too.
Mm-hmm.
By Peg, John's mother asked him. That's what gets me.
Right.
Are you leaving, Amy? Are you waving? I don't know what she's doing.
80 says go Black Eyed
Oh,
Peas to Amos and family.
that makes sense. Oh, geez, my dog scared me. See, I get scared so
Yes.
easily, guys.
80s, I call them the Black Eyed Peas, just like it's War Stars. It's just, I really thought they were Black Eyed Peas. I didn't know they were Buckeyes. I thought that was a type of Black Eyed Pea. So Amy is not laughing.
Mic doesn't work.
Oh, your mic just worked. I
Oh,
just
did?
heard you. Oh my God, I heard your voice.
Oh,
I hear you.
I hear
Yay.
you.
It's like sitting here all like talking to myself.
What'd you do?
Well, I unplugged my headset that I was using, so it's probably not very good, but
Oh, did you? I like how you get a voice back when I stepped away
I know.
to go get the dogs.
I
It's
I
fine.
can't hear Llama.
You can't hear Llama?
I can't go perfectly.
She has selective hearing.
I think so. I think so. She probably has my volume turned all the way down. She's like, I am tired of listening to her today. That's weird. She can't hear me.
That is bizarre.
This is very difficult to do this while traveling.
I'm just
But
glad
you
you're not
wouldn't miss it.
driving and trying to do it, like behind the wheel.
Oh God, no.
However, you can get one of those little stands and
Oh,
just have your
I have
phone.
one, but you still shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I've never done that.
I've never done.
Well, I didn't
I've
say
never
that
done
I've never
that.
done it. I'm just not admitting it.
Oh, that's
Oh,
smarter.
gosh. I
Yeah,
tried to have my camera on yesterday when I lost my power, and it was so dark in my house that, like, because I turned the cam on my phone before I figured out I could join StreamYard, but it was all dark, and I would have been like all emo-y and stuff.
I was just glad you joined vocally, audio.
Yes, it was so
whatever.
unflattering. It was so unflattering. Anyway, I'm sorry. You were going to say something, Terry.
I just am
Feel like it
curious to
was supposed to be
see
done
how the
in
rest
a
of the day is
time
going to
frame
go.
perfect, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just really am. Like, I wish they wouldn't take a lunch break and they would
I
just keep
thought they
going.
were going to, I thought this was going to go all day with her. I was very surprised that prosecution rested, but right. So on cross, defense can only kind of bring up stuff that the prosecution brought up. So maybe he kept it shorter so he's not opening too many doors with her. I don't know. I didn't watch her first one, so I don't know how much of the questioning or testimony is different this time around. But I believe somebody said she was on for like 2 days last time.
She was on a lot longer last time. I don't recall how long. I'm going to use one of her statements.
I don't recall. I think, why do they keep letting people say, I think? And then some people, they're like, no thinking about things. Brennan isn't finished with direct. Well, yeah, I mean, he does come back on rebuttal, but I'm kind of wondering. Polly said prosecution didn't go that long on the first trial. It was the defense that kept her for like a day and a half. Yeah.
Okay. See, I just knew she was on there for a while.
The defense kept her up there. Okay. That's even better, actually. I love that for us because I am here for it.
You know what I
today.
wish they would do? I wish for people that are live streaming the trial that they would give us a chat to the court where we could put in our questions and then maybe the defense would ask the witness that
Oh,
for
gosh.
us.
Well, you know, sometimes they allow jury questions, but they do not allow jury questions in this trial. But I do enjoy the states that do allow jury questions
Mhm.
because that is really interesting to see like what they're picking up and what they're thinking about what they're hearing too. I love that. I would have so many questions. That's probably why maybe Ohio got rid of that rule. I don't think Ohio's allowed to do that, but they got rid of it just in case I ever got put on a jury, because boy, would I have questions.
Yeah.
Oh, AJ will keep her after lunch. I think so too. I hope so. Because I got to
I
miss
think
like
he's
an hour
just
of
getting
it today.
started. It's like a top that you wind up. He is still winding up. He hasn't let it go yet.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. I will be disappointed if if it doesn't happen.
If it doesn't happen, I may have to quit watching.
I mean, we're done with this trial. Forget it. Forget it. Well, I think he'll at least keep her on till probably lunchtime. So that way he has to hold her over lunch to gather questions together, or things like that. And then he's either going to keep questioning her or let her go because he just wasted her time. That's what I would do.
Yeah,
but that's just
he's gonna keep her. I mean, I can't imagine he would release her before the end of the day.
I don't know. They would never get through the trial with all of our questions. No, they would not.
They would
No,
not.
they would not. No. No.
So I saw in the comments earlier somebody said something about Paul's wife. I did not hear that Paul's got caught cheating on his wife in the first trial.
Oh, you're talking about John's brother?
John's brother. That wasn't part of the trial. It was just in the media after, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Because there was something about some text messages with a woman while like he was testifying, like before he went up and stuff. And he admitted that he was drinking the whole night before and showed up to court that morning still drunk, hungover, but still drunk. If you were up till, I think he said like 4 a.m. or something like that, drinking, you're still drunk by 7 o'clock in the morning, you guys.
Yeah, you are.
And yeah, I forget who shared them in the courtyard. I think it was. We put them in somewhere. I think it was Angie. It's probably Angie.
Did his wife divorce him?
I don't.
Do we know?
I don't think we know, but I think that's what everyone's speculating. She's not there. So she posted the half naked pic of him in their text. Oh yeah. Because we were in a chat about that. Well, I won't say my comment. It was rude. My comment was rude about his photo, and I don't want to be rude, but just saying I was a little surprised is all I'm saying. It was Angie. Okay, yeah. That's all the dirt or all the tea I know about that. But
well, if anybody knows more tea, I need to know.
Oh, he has to go through all her texts and her being there during other people's police interviews. Oh, okay.
That'll get exciting.
Oh, yeah.
So are
They
they
have all of her phone stuff. What, Amy?
break right now?
I don't know what you just said, babe. Okay.
I said, are they on break right now?
Oh, are they on break right now? Yes, they are on a break right now. It's a 20-minute break, and I don't know when we went to it. So another 5 or 10 minutes. I just realized I'm a minute and 30 seconds behind on the live stream. No wonder I wasn't understanding the chat. Oh, Sam, you're so funny. Oh, Polly says Erin, who's Paul's wife, is there today, but hasn't been there. Is she the one wearing the fierce black turtleneck with the gold things? Is that her? I don't know what she looks like.
So she didn't leave him?
Well, we don't know. Oh, wait, we already did that one. He was giving the girls signals in court on TV during at least 3 proceedings, allegedly.
Scumbag.
So, super great. Oh, she's sitting next to him in green. Okay. Good to know. I have to pay attention because I kind of forgot about that whole thing.
I mean,
I think we talked about it over the weekend. I did see a short last night on YouTube. It was Karen was leaving court, and the interviews asked her something about Jen McCabe, and she did not have anything. I think she even said, "I have nothing nice to say about Jen McCabe."
Hey, Aim, look at that name that they just called Samela.
Samela.
Isn't that the name of our fraudster?
Wait, no, that's Sammy Sunshine.
Oh, I know who it is, but
Oh.
isn't that the fraudster's name? It's very similar.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
No, I was
Yes,
not
Buffy.
saying that Sammy was the
Yes, court's on break,
fraudster.
Buffy. You got time to hurry home and get on. Yeah, that's one of our nicknames for Sammy Sunshine. It's her alter ego nickname. The naughty Sammy Sunshine. What?
Aim. It's the first time I've heard that.
Oh, well, Polly gave us all nicknames based on Jen's nicknames for her friends and family or whatever. So
Oh,
I changed them.
Coco.
Yes,
Because, you know,
Coco and Dee.
Mm,
Murdoch called his son Pawpaw.
Oh,
that's
Yeah.
right. Mm.
Paw
Must be a
Paw.
southern thing.
They're
It
in
is.
Massachusetts.
I was going to say, yeah, they're Massachusetts. I don't
Yes.
think they're
Yeah, that's
considered
right.
Southern.
I forget where I'm at.
They're about as Yankee as they can be. So they kind of have a reputation. But
Oh,
my goodness, my dogs are
Indiana
being
right now.
something else. What, Amy?
I said I'm in Indiana right now.
Oh, you're in Indiana?
Yep.
You will do anything to avoid coming in proximity to where I live. I'm starting to take it personally that Mr. Aim seems to drive out of the way to not get close to me. But okay.
Okay.
are you guys flying to North Carolina or driving to North Carolina next
Flying.
time? Oh,
Well,
again,
Convenient.
she could drive.
He's going, what, 15,000 feet in the air this time instead of like 200 miles away. Just saying.
well,
Not taking it
you know,
personally or anything.
maybe it's where you live. Maybe it's the state.
Let's just look at to see how close we are to Delphi. We're not gonna be.
I was going to say, why would you be all the way over there?
I was like, going, why would you be near Delphi?
Oh,
Well, it's in Indiana, but it's on the
I know, but not.
Chicago side.
I mean, I told Double H last night, I said, I'm thinking of taking a week off in July for the Ohio show. I was thinking I might drive there instead of fly. And he looked at me, he goes, why would you spend more money to drive for 2 days to
to
Ohio?
see things. Because
I was like, I would just do a little solo trip and stop. I said, and I was thinking of camping at little state parks along the way, maybe doing some
yes,
hiking. And he goes, by yourself.
By yourself.
I was like, well,
Terry,
you can't.
true crime.
I'm
Thinks
like,
this
you
is a
can't
great
go
idea.
with me. So who else am I supposed to take?
that's how my family does road trips. Well, like more so now that I'm gone, but that's fine. But they'll like pick a place in the Midwest, and then drive there and camp along the way. So
See,
cool.
Mama Llama says, come see us.
So cool.
Come see
Yeah,
us.
so-
Everybody's going to be in Ohio July 19th, right, Terry?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking I should do it, but I have to see because he really looked at me like I had two heads.
I'm looking at you. Do you know how boring it probably is between here and there?
But see, I
But-
used to love to drive from Houston to New Mexico, and it was only a 13-hour drive, but I would do
Oh.
it in one day, and I
Only?
loved it.
Yeah.
I just
Wow.
put on music, but to go to Ohio, I would stop and see things and maybe look up to see if there's any crime places I could visit.
Oh, probably. Get a box truck. There you go.
Negative. Captain,
You can
negative.
sleep in there and everything.
Negative.
We
Mm-mm.
have a how-to guide written by our girl
but-
Gwen.
And then watch. something would happen because I would talk to the wrong person. And then instead of me showing up for the live show, they would find my body somewhere.
Oh, great. Great. Well, you got some of the best detectives on your case. So
I know. So y'all would, I feel comfortable that y'all would solve it.
we wouldn't pull a Jen
No.
and just be like, somebody's here. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that was one of the things that annoyed me. But back to that, sorry.
Sure.
She said that when she was on the phone with the police, she wanted to get as many details out as possible, or she wanted to get the details out quickly, whatever. So she goes, a man in the snow instead of, John O'Keefe, a Boston cop in the snow.
Right.
Details, information, like this is vital stuff.
Right? She doesn't give those details to 911, but she's going to give us details of what she was thinking when she went into her sister and brother-in-law's room.
Anyway, that irritated me, and I just remembered.
I mean, at the least, oh my God, it's my friend John in the snow and something's happened, but not just some man.
There's a guy in the snow.
Bells. Please get that If I Go Missing folder done, please. It will help us a lot to find you.
Why is nobody's going? None of that's happening. We're all joking, guys.
I know.
It's not going to happen. Don't manifest it into the universe.
No, but you just need to be prepared. But so that I did find interesting.
She tells 911 she saw him get out of the car. Did it say? I had trouble hearing the 911.
I couldn't hear it.
I remember hearing it in the documentary. So I don't remember exactly because when they played it in court, I was like, that's very bad. But earlier, who brought it up? I forget. Somebody said that. Oh shoot, where was I going with that? Oh, why didn't she text him or call him after the car was gone? John, she's blowing up his phone.
Exactly.
And
or step outside to see why he didn't come in the front door.
That's what I've been saying. Yeah, like if she was messaging him, park behind my car, are you here? Blah blah blah. But then nothing after he left. And
she
never
was
came in.
At the house for a while after that, right? I forget what time they were supposed to leave.
Nonsense.
I just got notified that I need to jump off here and get ready to take our big Mr. Bear to the groomer for the first time.
Oh.
As he's 3 years old and weighs 100 pounds. So I have to go do that so I can get back in time for Midday Missing.
That's right. We'll be sending out everyone there when it's lunchtime. Hopefully that'll be after 1, so we don't have any hiccups with that today. But we'll make it happen.
Okay.
We'll make it work.
Well, I will see you guys soon. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Oh my goodness. There we go. Oh boy.
Oh my gracious.
I'm so antsy. I'm also half tempted to cancel my appointment. Be sorry. Or just be like, maybe we'll just watch it together. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. How do you
Right? We can ask those questions. How does it make you feel watching this testimony, Tara? How does it make you feel? Oh my gosh, how cute was Terry's llama shirt? I should have.
That was adorable.
It's so cute, right?
It was a winery. A winery with llamas.
Okay. It was the winery. Though I like that my llama head's on her boob. So that's convenient.
There's a winery here with goats.
With goats.
Yeah, which is, cool. But I've seen goats a lot. I had goats. I've never had a llama.
Oh, Amy, you're in Indiana. They have a wolf sanctuary. Yes.
Really?
Yes, there's a wolf sanctuary in Indiana.
Whereabout?
In case you want to go see some wolves. Because I think, well, I have a difficult time, but I think other people have a difficult time comprehending how big wolves are.
They're huge.
They're so big. They're so freaking big. But there is a wolf sanctuary there. I want to hug an alpaca. Oh, they look so cute.
I want to hold a penguin.
You want to hold a penguin?
Yeah.
Oh, for my niece's like 3rd or 4th birthday, my bestie, she had a friend who worked at our zoo. He like worked in the back with all the animals and everything, right? So he let us go back with all the other animals like during our visit there, and they had a whole room inside filled with penguins.
What?
Yes. Yes.
That's
And you could just like
cool.
walk right up to them. And then on the other side, because this was like indoors, on the other side of the room was like all these flamingos, which are so big.
They're tall.
They're so big. And like it just had like a half door to the room too. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about that, but it was very cool to go back and see because he you know, if they had new animals come in or babies, like he would take them home and take care of them at home. And so he had he had a lemur that he was taking care of at the time.
That's a cool job.
It was very cool. It was such an awesome experience. Llama, I have not been able to get my meds filled through no fault of my own. I am sorry, babes. That is annoying and awful. Sorry about that. I would be very upset about that. I feel like somebody's going to be getting an angry phone call from Bells. Please record it and share with the class. Record it, upload it into our Google Drive so we can hear. Oh, no. Well, farts. That's not great. Hopefully they'll get y'all squared away, Bells. That would be nice. Okay, so
my husband is sending me cat videos.
Sir, Mr. Ann, we are busy.
Yeah.
I wonder
Why
how he feels
cat
about
video?
being...
You know what? That man wasn't allowed to have pets growing up because, like I said, my mother-in-law's house is clean. I love it. Like, so clean. So they didn't have pets. So, you know, when I was like, I have 2 cats and they're non-negotiable, he was fine with it. Now he's just, he loves them as much as he loves that one as much as I do. The one who's not there right now tolerates him. Barely.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Calliope is not a fan.
She's not?
No.
That's funny.
No. I think it's because she's kind of obsessed with me, and I'm obsessed with my husband. So when he gets home, all my attention's on him, and I think it just pisses her off.
Oh, the dogs, Kia especially. All right, B will come home. He'll give them their pets first while I wait, right? And then it's my time, and Kia will get so jealous. She'll like burrow in between us, like.
Pet jealousy is real.
They have it so much. It's so funny. I think they've been like, the dogs have been annoyed with each other lately because now they're just occupying themselves, basically. And I think they've annoyed each other. But yeah, they're so jealous. It's so funny. They're like little kids.
I like Annie wearing my glasses.
Oh, Annie wearing her glasses. There's
There
those
we go.
shades. I wear my sunglasses on stream.
All the time. I actually took them off specifically because I realized I had them on and was like, I don't have to wear them all the time. They're like an addition to, they're part of my body now.
I can't even believe Amy's in a car without sunglasses. I hate not having sunglasses when I'm driving or in a car. So, all right, let's get back to court because I got
this was supposed to be
a half hour.
Not that long of a break.
I need spice in my life. Sam says that's Goomba when it's bedtime. He likes, can you guys just let me squeeze in between you and don't touch each other or I'll bark at you. Oh, Sammy has the cutest Duchess hound. Dachshund, right? Dachshund. What did I just say?
You said Duchess hound.
Duchess hound. Is that the same thing? Is that even a dog? I don't know. I don't know.
I
But
got
he's so
cats. I don't know.
cute. He's like this big right now. Oh my gosh, he's so
Aw.
cute. Yes.
Is
Oh,
it Dutch sound?
yeah.
Dish. The title.
Oh.
Just, I wonder if they're serving.
Did I just have a Terry Three Musketeers moment? Is that what just happened here? I think it might have been. The dog is now in House of Lords. Goomba would be if you saw him and saw how Sam is with him. Definitely king of the household. That little guy. Oh my gosh. What I don't know. I'm having a difficult time right now. I gotta use the bathroom and I need more coffee and
Oh my gosh.
I'm just here killing
We
time.
can talk about that video that they showed us.
Even the news isn't even playing it. It's like we're out. We don't know what we're doing. Yeah, let's talk about that. What do you want to talk about?
I was just saying the one that we saw, the one they finally showed us that you could actually see some of what was going on, where you could see patches of snow on the grass or patches of grass in the snow in the morning when they found the body.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as we can see, the wind is blowing. The wind is
for
blowing.
Sure.
You know,
but I mean,
it's not that deep of snow. Actually, according to the weather, the blizzard part, the heavy snow, still wasn't coming until like I want to say like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. I think I saw.
And that was well after they found him.
It was well after. So if that's what the ground looks like at 6 in the morning, they all leave the Alberts at what time? I don't remember. Somewhere between 1:30 and 2:30.
Yeah.
I think there's not even that much snow on the ground then. So, and he's wearing a white kind of shirt or a light gray, maybe hard to tell from the video, with like dark sleeves. Then he has dark jeans on and he has dark shoes. I feel like he would still stand out in a way. At
I mean,
both
if
points
the
in
snow, if the grass in patches stood out and you can see part of the driveway in the video after, I can't see how at least a section of him would not be showing.
Agreed.
So
agreed. And you know what else I noticed when we're watching that video is, because they're all like, oh, Karen was flipping out. She was saying, there he is. And we didn't see anything. And we were looking. They pull up, right? So his body's on the driver's side of the SUV. So like right there by the driver. And they also want to be like, oh, she was looking around and we weren't. You are driving in the middle of the blizzard and you're saying, well, I didn't see him, so she must be full of it. She had to have known because I didn't see it while driving in a blizzard. What?
Okay. It's the same as like, yeah, she was acting erratic because her significant other is missing, but the friends aren't acting like it's the same energy.
Yeah, but where the car is and where the body is, I mean, it's not that far. It's not like she had to look like freaking 20 feet or whatever. Something crazy. Sam says, I wondered about that too. Who is telling the truth? 2 didn't see him, but Karen knew and saw him. Well, I'm just saying that Karen has kind of in the car the best point of view, right? Because the driver is going to be kind of focused on what they're doing and maybe a little bit this way. I would hope that when you're driving at 6 in the morning in a blizzard, you are being cautious for everyone on the road and not looking every which way while you're going in the middle of a windy blizzard.
Even if nobody else is on the road.
Right. And as for who's in the passenger seat?
Carrie?
I don't remember. I think Carrie's in the passenger, or is Carrie driving? Either way, whoever's in the passenger seat, everybody knows the rules of being in the car, right? If you're in that part of the seat, you have forward and to the right when looking for things because you can't see to the driver and to the left, really, right? Because I'll look in the car with B when we're driving. I have to look both ways, even when I'm in the passenger. And he'll be like, I can't see that way because your head's in the way.
But I'm looking.
But Karen has a more advantage view. So I'm just saying.
Jen,
Of course she might.
so Carrie's driving.
Yeah, okay, I did think it was Carrie driving,
Okay.
but I wasn't sure.
I remember because they swapped at one point, right? Or maybe when they met up.
Back at John's, because they go.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they meet back at John's and then they take the one car. Because that made sense.
Yeah.
For some reason to
do
that. Again, I mean, Karen seems like the only reasonable one here, even when she's in hysterics and crazy. So, she's also moving in between and looking out the side windows. Yeah. Has anybody else done that in the car? Because I have.
Yeah.
Like if I'm driving, I'll tell somebody like, keep a lookout for, this road or like whatever. It's not that weird. They're just trying to make it weirder than it needs to be. Don't you remember the wipers? I don't know what you mean by.
Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, I know there are wipers.
Did she say the? I don't know.
When I hear wipers, I just think of Buffy's reenactment.
That's what I was.
That's all that's coming to my brain.
Which that might be what she's talking about. So.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, Buffy's wipers.
Buffy's okay. All right. It took us a second, but there we are.
Oh, we're there.
There we are. Man, do I love improvising during dead air. Love it.
I know.
So good at it. So, it's not hard at all. The sound of it from the clip. Yeah, Amy does such a great job. Oh, I just realized we lost Amy.
I know.
She is traveling through Indiana as somebody who is familiar with Indiana. As soon as I step foot in that state, I don't have any service. So makes sense. Is there any time to show the video comparing the last trial and this trial, Jen testimony? How long is that, Annie?
I don't know because I wasn't going to watch it till afterwards, so I didn't get tainted by any of the pretrial info.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
But how long was the Lori Vallow interview video?
Like 30 minutes.
Actually, I think we're back.
Oh, we're back. We spoke too soon. Oh, there she is.
Never mind.
For some reason, they're still playing that music. So I'm going to have to...
Yes,
there we go.
Hi.
I'll send it to you.
These?
Hold on. I am sending it to you on Discord. I just realized that they're gone again. So, great. Send it to you on Discord for you and anybody else that wants to see it. It is through a Twitter link.
Chris, thank you for your patience. Sometimes there are matters that we need to address, and that's what happened here. So I appreciate your patience. Mr. Jackson, could we please have Ms. McCabe back in here? Oh.
Hey, Claire. She just stepped away for a second.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. When last we left off, we were talking a little bit about some of the familial connections that your family has with certain law enforcement agencies. We talked about Boston Police Department, obviously, Brian Albert. We talked a little bit about Massachusetts State Police and knowing friends of friends with regard to Chris and Julie, correct?
Yeah.
Knowing friends of Chris and Julie?
Friends of friends of Chris and Julie.
Is that your relationship?
With who?
I'd asked you about. I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
A little bit vague. Courtney Proctor is friends with Julie's sister.
Yes.
And obviously Courtney also knows Julie and Chris, correct?
Sustained.
And there's also a connection to Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert. Is that right?
Exactly.
Can you answer that? Is there a connection? Do you have a connection with the Canton Police Department through Kevin Albert?
Not with the police department, but Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
Right. And Kevin works for whom?
The Canton Police.
Thank you. So you've been interviewed many times by different law enforcement agencies, be they Massachusetts State Police, Canton Police, or otherwise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Those interviews have not just been over the period of weeks, it's been over the period of weeks and months and even years since this occurred, correct?
Yes.
You were contacted by another law enforcement agency that was not Massachusetts State Police and not Canton Police Department at one point in April of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about that series of interview, or that interview. You were contacted at your residence by these members of this law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
All right. Later that same day, you did sit down with those same law enforcement officers for a formal interview.
On
that same day that you were contacted by them, they also went into your home and actually interviewed you, correct?
Yes, it was brief.
All right. Those law enforcement officers identified themselves as being associated with an agency that is not Massachusetts State Police. You understood that?
Yes.
And you understood that they were not involved with Canton Police Department either, correct?
Correct.
Completely separate agency, is that right?
Yes.
During the course of that interview, those officers informed you very specifically, Ms. McCabe, that it is a crime to lie to them even during an interview, correct?
Yes.
Those law enforcement officers informed you that they were investigating certain circumstances attendant to John O'Keefe's death, correct?
They were very vague on what they were.
Understood.
I don't know what they were investigating.
But you did understand that it was having something to do with your involvement at 34 Fairview on January 28th, 29th, 2022.
Objection.
As a witness or otherwise?
Objection.
Sustained as to certain terminology, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Let me see if I can rephrase that, Ms. McCabe. You were aware of the subject matter of their interview, right? They weren't interviewing about a car you bought last year, correct?
Correct.
They were interviewing you basically about what you're testifying to here, correct?
When I first spoke with them, the conversation was pretty vague.
But the subject matter, vague or specific, was about this subject matter.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
I think her and Karen are wearing the same color today.
They first contacted you telephonically, called you on the phone. Is that right?
Actually, they walked up to my car.
They walked up to your car?
Yes.
Okay, that was the very first introduction, correct?
Yes.
At that point, they had not identified themselves, correct?
They didn't know.
All right, and at that point, you told them that you were not Jennifer McCabe. They asked you who you were, and you said, I'm Nicole.
I thought they were like selling something, so I was like, oh no, I'm not the homeowner.
Fair enough, fair enough. However, after you said, I'm not Jennifer McCabe, you walked into the house, they then called you on the phone.
Yes,
They were
correct.
still sitting outside your house.
I don't know where they were, but they did call me.
They were close by.
I'm not aware.
Well, the call came almost immediately after you walked back in the house, correct?
I'm not sure how much time had passed.
Give me an idea. It wasn't an hour. It was
No, it was
5 or 10
soon
minutes.
after. I'm just not sure. I can't tell you where they were located. I'm sorry.
Okay. They told you that they would, at that point, they identified themselves as being law enforcement agents, correct?
When they called me, yes.
And they told you at that time that they were not with Canton Police. You knew at least they were not with Canton Police Department. They were not troopers with Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they told you that they would like to have an interview with you. They'd like to have a sit-down talk with you, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you would be willing to submit to an interview, but you needed about 10 minutes to get ready, correct?
Yes.
You ultimately did allow them into your home, and you did sit down for a formal interview with them, correct?
Yes, brief, but yes.
And it was during that formal interview inside the home that it was explained to you that it would be a crime for you to lie to them on any material issue, correct?
Yes.
During the course of your interview, your husband, Matt McCabe, came home. Is that right?
Yes.
As these law enforcement agents continue to question you, as law enforcement officers continue to question you at some point, you inform them that you did not feel comfortable with any further questioning and you suspended the interview, correct?
Yes.
Before leaving, however, those same law enforcement officers asked you if you had contacted anyone in those 10 minutes when you indicated, I need 10 minutes to get ready, between the time they called you and the time that they showed up and came inside your house, correct?
Yes.
You told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Which is why he came home, right?
Yes.
And you told them that you had called Carrie Roberts before they interviewed you, correct? At that moment.
I'm not 100% sure, but if you have it, I'll... It seems like something I would do, but if you have it, could show me.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, it does begin. It's about to drop a whole bunch of lies. Can't wait to hear them.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Mr. Ryan? First, I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, if you recognized that as being a report of that interview, just generally, yes or no?
It appears to be, yes.
May I approach the witness stand and stand by the witness stand for a couple of questions?
Yes.
Thank you. If I can have that.
Sure.
I want to direct your attention, if I may, and for court and counsel, page 3 of 4, starting with the second to the last full paragraph, going into page 5, top full I'm sorry, page 4, top full paragraph.
Okay.
If you could review those two paragraphs, read them to yourself, and then look up and let me know when you're finished.
Good point. So they got together to make a timeline, but then she didn't want to talk to them when they came to the house. Is that the same? I don't remember the order that those happened in. I'm I'm wondering if she did or not. I want to see it.
May I
But in
approach, Your
this
Honor?
case,
Yes.
probably not.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Did reviewing those paragraphs refresh your recollection as to whether or not, as to what you told those agents initially? I'm sorry, what you told those officers initially from that other law enforcement agency, about who you contacted in that 10-minute interval?
Yes, I told them.
And you told them that you had contacted your husband, Matt McCabe?
Yes.
And Carrie Roberts?
Correct.
I want to stick with that for just a quick second. One of the first calls you made after being contacted by these other law enforcement officers from a different agency, one of the first calls you made was to Carrie Roberts. Is that right?
She was the first one.
That's what I'm asking. One of the first two calls you made, your husband,
Right.
come home, there's law enforcement outside my door, I'm guessing is what you said, correct?
I don't remember my exact words now, but I did ask him to come home. Correct.
And
Yes.
Carrie Roberts.
Okay. Yes.
You wanted to let Ms. Roberts know that you had been contacted by certain officers from a different agency, correct?
I was curious if they had already been to her.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
You also wanted to find out had these law enforcement officers from this different agency contacted her, correct?
Yes, because typically if you enter our town, she's...
Ms. McCabe, yes or no?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to
That's
explain.
okay.
I'm sorry.
Is that why you contacted her, to find out if in fact they had contacted her before you? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you also wanted to find out what she told them, if she had been contacted by them, correct? That was your motive in calling her.
No.
So you just wanted to find out, had she been contacted,
Yes.
but if she had said yes, you weren't going to say, and what the hell did they say? What did they ask you?
Well, I can't say what I would have answered, what I would have asked her, but I know I was calling to see if they had been there. Yes, that was correct.
That was your intent.
I called to ask her if they had been there. Yes.
So that was your intent, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Your motive in calling Carrie Roberts at that moment before your interview was to ensure that your story would line up with her story, Ms. McCabe. Isn't that right?
No, that is not.
You wanted to find out if she had talked to these particular law enforcement officers and what she had told them, so that your story could somehow align, or it could inform how you responded to questions that they asked you. Isn't that true?
That's not true. We both know what happened. We don't have to have a story. There is no story. There's what happened, and that's it.
So if that's true, Ms. McCabe, you have no reason to call Carrie and ask her if she had been contacted by these law enforcement agents. Because it's just the truth.
How about we?
We're going through this whole experience together. We call each other about everything.
There would
That's
be no
nothing
reason.
more than that.
So
I'm
let her
sorry.
let her finish her answer. Go ahead, Ms. McCabe, you can finish that.
There's nothing more than me calling and saying, hey, did they come to your house? That's what we did when the media showed up, when Miss Reed's private investigator showed up. We just give each other the heads up, hey, somebody's coming. Because we're just like normal moms. We're not used to this.
And that's helpful in making sure that the stories she tells are consistent with the stories you tell to different law enforcement agencies, correct?
No, we are not telling stories.
So let her finish. You said no what?
I said, no, we're not telling stories. We don't have to compare.
And if in fact what we were telling you was just the truth, there'd be no reason for you to inquire about who's contacted her when. There'd be no reason.
There's no inquiring. It's like when when the ice cream truck was at the street next door and I'm saying, did the ice cream truck come? It's really that simple.
So you asked a question,
Not about an ice cream truck.
an argumentative question, and she responded in kind. Next question. Mr.
Thank you.
Jackson.
You also testified in your direct examination, staying with Ms. Roberts for just a second, about a timeline that you and Ms. Roberts put together, correct?
Yes.
That's another example of the two of you talking about your own perceptions and comparing and contrasting those perceptions and putting it down on paper, correct?
No,
Yes or no?
it's a no. Can I explain or no?
I'm sure Mr. Brennan will have follow-up questions. After you gave that answer to those law enforcement officers at that separate law enforcement agency, they asked you, was there anyone else that you contacted in that 10-minute period before we got a chance to talk to you? Mm-hmm. And your answer was no, correct?
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
It wasn't a lie, no.
Was it true? Was it the truth or a lie?
It wasn't a lie.
Okay, so it was the truth. You had not spoken to any other person between the time they contacted you telephonically and you said, I need 10 minutes, and then they came in the door. During that arc of time, you didn't talk to anybody else or contact anybody else other than Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts. Now you're testifying that was a true statement.
I can't answer that yes or no.
It's pretty binary. Had you talked, well, let me ask you this. In point of fact, you did talk to other people. You contacted others, in addition to Matt McCabe and Kerry Roberts, correct? Yes or no?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so when you said no to the answer, did you contact anyone other than Matt and Kerry? That would be, by definition, Ms. McCabe, a lie, correct?
No.
It's not a lie? Is there some shade of lie that I'm not aware of?
It's the way you're asking the question. If I could explain,
let me ask
it will make more sense to you.
The agents asked you, I'm going to go over this one more time, then I'm going to move on. The agents asked you, in fact, did you contact anyone between the time we called you and set up the interview and the 10 minutes before we walked in the door? They asked you that question, correct?
The objection sustained. Watch the choice of language.
I'm sorry. I meant the law enforcement agency. That law enforcement agency, the members of that law enforcement agency contacted you. Mm-hmm. Sorry. They asked you who you had contacted between the time they first telephoned you and walked in the door 10 minutes later. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Data point number one. Data point number two, you told them Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
You had actually contacted, they then asked you, did you contact anyone else other than Matt and Kerry, correct?
Correct.
And you said no. Is that correct?
At that moment, I said no, yes.
Correct. At that, or any moment?
No, at that moment, because they had just come in my house.
Only one person can talk at a time.
I'm so bad. My appointment's in front
She
of me.
was finishing her answer.
I had said no because I was in a situation where there are two officers from a different agent had come in, were asking me questions, or they had said, can I come in and ask you questions? At first I thought they were selling something. Then they identified themselves. I just dropped my kids off at school. Going to be completely honest, I hadn't brushed my teeth. So I kind of made some phone calls.
This is non-responsive.
So next question.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, after you said no, that you hadn't contacted anybody else, those two law enforcement officers from that separate agency who had told you it was a crime to lie to them, they left, correct?
Yes.
Subsequent to that, Mr. McCabe, your husband...
Objection.
Sustained.
They left you their card so you could call them if need be, correct?
Yes, they did.
And you, in fact, did call them back, correct?
Yes, I did.
Without telling me the content of the conversation you had, did you have a conversation with Mr. McCabe?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you call them back
That you
and say, I'm calling you back because my husband told me that I lied to you, and I better clear that lie up.
So sustained. Jurors, remember I told you before that only answers to questions are evidence? Be mindful of that. Next, yes.
Sidebar. Oh my gosh, I'm so mad. I have an appointment in 3 minutes, and she is getting spicy. She's getting flustered. I love it.
Listen. But she let in all sorts of crap yesterday.
I know.
Okay,
know.
Cats, you have a spot.
Buffy, I'm so glad you're here.
I was trying to catch up very, very, very quickly, so I could pick up where y'all were.
Spicy.
I think he's going a little hard.
Harder than the first time?
I mean, see, here's the thing. She's not really she's kind of deflecting some of her answers and answering strategically, but she's not at the petulant side she was last time. And I'm worried that is going to make him look like a bully.
I see what you're saying. Could be. Because the judge is kind of being like, be softer. Did you guys notice that her and Karen are wearing the same colors today in court?
Yeah.
Or very
I
similar.
did after you said it.
Very similar.
I'm sure Jen loves that.
Right. That's all I could think about was Jen is probably like, oh, why is she so obsessed with me? She just wants to dress like me. Well, you guys, I have to go for an appointment, but Annie and Buffy are going to carry it for me. But I will be back either for part 2 or maybe the end of this, depending. So we'll see. But I will see you guys later. Bye.
Don't worry, guys. She's keeping the stream up, so I don't have to juggle and figure it out like yesterday. Although we did have lesson time with Annie after yesterday, so I know what to do next time. Oh, what a mess that was.
See,
okay, so
we heard all this stuff last time, so this is all new for me. I don't recall this part of the testimony last time.
So this is different than last time.
Yeah.
So many questions.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You ultimately called these officers back, correct?
Yes.
And you explained to them that you had been untruthful with them, correct?
I explained that I had forgotten to mention a couple of people that I had reached out to.
You had forgotten. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You had forgotten. You remembered Matt and you remembered Carrie, but you had forgotten the others that you had just contacted maybe 30 minutes before.
Yes.
There were 5 people that you contacted, weren't there?
I contacted Matt.
Let's go through them.
Yeah.
Yes or no? You know them?
I know 4 off the top of my head.
Okay, let's go through them.
Okay.
You contacted your husband, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You contacted Peggy O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Then, Ms. McCabe, you contacted the district attorney's office, correct?
My witness advocate.
The district attorney's office.
My witness advocate who works for the district attorney's office.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
And you also left out that you contacted Brian Albert himself, correct?
Yes, my brother-in-law.
For some reason, your brother-in-law, who's the 30-year Boston police detective, correct?
Yes.
And on whose lawn John O'Keefe was found dead or dying. Objection.
I'll allow that.
Correct?
Yes.
For some reason, you did not want these officers to know that you had communicated specifically with Brian Albert, the homeowner, just before you talked to them, correct?
No, incorrect.
There was some reason that was important enough for you to lie about that, even though you had been admonished that it's a crime to lie about that to those officers, correct?
Incorrect. I didn't lie to them. I had forgotten who I had called.
And all of a sudden you had an epiphany right after they walked out the door?
Yes. Matt said, who have you spoken to?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it. It's out. You're not to go any further, Mr. Jones.
Ms. McCabe, I want to draw your attention to January 28th. You had gone out drinking with your family at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
I went with my husband and met my sister, yes.
And met the other family, correct? The other family members, meaning
My niece.
Matt McCabe, Nicole, Chris, Julie, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned Tristan was there as well?
Yes.
You were later joined by Nick and Karina Kolakithis, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, Brian Higgins showed up?
Yes.
And Brian Albert showed up?
Yes.
You previously indicated that Caitlin's boyfriend, Tristan, left early for whatever reason. He had errands to run or had to get to bed early for some reason, is that right?
He left before us, yes.
So he didn't stay through the shank of the evening?
Through the what?
The shank of the evening, through the course of the evening.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, at the waterfall, John O'Keefe and Miss Reed showed up as well.
Yes.
You didn't see any tension at all between John O'Keefe and Karen that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
They appeared to be getting along?
Yeah. Yes.
Sort of a normal couple having a nice evening out together?
Yes.
Neither John nor Karen Reed appeared drunk or inebriated, out of sorts?
No, I wouldn't categorize them as drunk or inebriated.
And not
but again, I don't know what the definition of drunk is.
Well, that's a fair statement. I'm not asking for their BAC, but they didn't appear to be stumbling around, falling all over themselves and sloppy drunk, correct?
No.
Out of control, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. You did see Brian Higgins and Brian Albert at a high top table sort of together through the course of that evening, correct?
We were all kind of around like a long high top table.
And John O'Keefe, and as you look at I'm going to use the perspective of the video that we've seen, that camera angle that we've seen. John O'Keefe and Miss Reed were sort of further off in the corner, closer to the bar rather than to the tables, correct? Along with the Kolakithises and those, and you, as a matter of fact.
Yes. At different times, everyone was kind of moving around. I spent the majority of the time that Karen and John were there speaking with Karen.
And that was sort of over toward the bar?
We weren't in the bar, we were at the table, so it was one side of the table and the other. It wasn't like far away.
Right.
Kind of, yeah.
I'm using the bar sort of as a landmark for I didn't mean you were sidled up to the bar, but just sort of as a landmark. You were closer to the bar than, for instance, in the foreground, which would be the high top tables in the foreground, correct?
We were just on the other, I'm confused about this. We were just on the other side of the table.
Okay. You did see on the opposite side of that high top table, that's where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were standing, talking and communicating with each other. Is that right?
I believe so. I was talking to Miss Reed. I wasn't really paying attention to them.
Did you ever see those two men get physical with one another that night?
I did not that night. I did not see that.
Have you ever seen a full review in all the hours that you've sort of prepped for your testimony? Have you been shown that waterfall video from the time you got there until the time you left?
Not the full video, but I have seen a good portion of it, yes.
Okay. You've certainly seen the portion where Brian Albert and Brian Higgins get up from the table and sort of get physical with one another, correct?
I would say more like play fighting, and Nick Kolakidis was a little bit like doing it with them as well.
Okay, so the physical part is, all I'm asking is, did they touch each other? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
And you described it as play fighting, correct?
But I don't, if we could watch the video, it might explain it better than I could.
We probably will.
Oh, okay.
But right now I'm just asking about your memory. You remember them squaring off on one another, playing, but squaring off on one another, correct?
I don't remember them squaring off. Like I said, I just watched the video. I don't remember it from that night, and I didn't really pay attention. It looked like foolish, like guys, just, I don't even know how to describe it.
From your perspective, having watched the video, did it appear that they squared off on each other and sort of took a fighting stance?
I didn't look at it that in depth, so I could not say that.
Did you see them walk up to each other and grapple with one another? Like they didn't notice punching each other.
Right.
I get that. Were they grappling with one another, like faking punches to each other?
I don't know.
Almost like sparring a little bit.
I don't honestly know.
But you did see.
I saw them together. It's blurry, and they're kind of, I don't know really what they're doing.
Okay, but they weren't standing there holding hands for.
Oh, God, no. No.
They weren't on their phones, right?
They were engaging with each other, playfully, grabbing at each other. I don't really.
Playfully grabbing at each other, play fighting, correct? That's my point.
I'd have to watch the video to categorize it as play fighting.
You don't have that in your head?
I didn't know. It was a quick clip. I wasn't like focusing on Brian and Brian. I was just identifying that was myself in the video, and there was Miss Reed, and I believe Miss Reed actually did some play fighting to Matt.
There was, in fact, to Matt.
Yeah, I feel like she was about like this to Matt at one point. Yeah,
okay.
In the video.
So let's talk about Brian and Brian Higgins and Brian Albert. Those two men, very large in stature, correct?
They're big guys, yeah.
Big boys. A lot bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
They took a fighting stance at each other and started grappling, playing, coming toward each other as if they were engaging in a fake physical altercation, correct?
I did not see that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You didn't even see it on the video.
I saw them on the video grabbing at each other. I didn't see stances but again, I didn't pay much attention to it.
And that's your best memory as you sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Eventually, you, your husband, Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Nicole, Caitlin, everybody went over to 34 Fairview at the end of the night,
yes.
Correct? The bar closed at, I'm guessing, midnight.
Okay.
Is that right?
I think we were wrapping up around then. I don't know what time it actually closes.
When you left Waterfall, the people that were still there included Matt, your husband, and John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
You walked out with Karina Kolakifis and Karen Reed.
Yes.
And you said to Miss Reed something along the lines of, "You're coming with me," correct?
I said, "Why don't you come with me?"
Okay, fair enough. You were prompting her to join you for the ride over to 34 Fairview. Is that right?
Yes.
You even went outside and sort of waited in the cold. There's a video. Have you seen the video of you outside? The surveillance video of you outside in the cold?
Yes.
And you're sort of waiting there, moving from foot to foot like it's freezing out, which I'm sure it was, correct?
Yes.
In a big puffy coat of some kind, right?
So the question, was I moving foot to foot in a coat? Yes.
My question is more, did you see yourself waiting outside in the cold?
I saw myself convert. I believe I was in a conversation at that point when I was standing out there with John and Karen.
And that's when you were asking Karen to come with you?
No, I had asked Karen previously when we were at the door to come with me because I didn't know how long Matt and John were going to be in the bar because they were in there still.
And that would have, by definition, brought Karen to 34 Fairview separate and apart from John O'Keefe if Karen had come with you.
Yes.
Miss Reed ultimately declined your invitation and did go with John. Is that right?
John ended up coming to the door, so they just went together, yes.
And finally, you walked away and went with your husband, Matt, over to 34 Fairview in your personal vehicle, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at 34 Fairview, were you the first among the group that we've just talked about to arrive, or had others arrived before you?
Others had arrived before me.
When you walked in to 34 Fairview, where was everybody generally located? Give me a layout of the interior of the home, how you walked in and where everybody was located, the people that were there when you walked in from the waterfall.
So I walked in through the front door. I took a right into the kitchen. And then there were people sitting around the kitchen table, Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, Caitlin Albert. My sister was over more towards like the counters and the sink, and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were, there's like a room right off of the kitchen, like a TV room, and they were in there just talking. I think Nicole had like put up some new pictures, so, or maybe the sun and the Marines, they might have been looking at a picture. Vaguely have a faint memory of that.
You indicated that you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, this is your, I'll take care of the next one. Can you just take a look at that photograph for just a quick second?
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photograph as being?
It's my sister's house.
34 Fairview?
Yes, sorry, 34 Fairview.
Brian Albert's house as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as marked for identification. There's a
Identification's fine.
thank you. If I may. What would be the next in order?
Exhibit F for identification.
Thank you. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
What exhibit number is that, Mr. Wolf? 3. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to show a different exhibit until the other issue can be resolved. With the court's permission, it's Commonwealth Exhibit 3. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, could you highlight or enlarge the house as much as you can? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this photo? I know it's a little bit of an angle.
Yes.
What is that?
That is 34 Fairview.
Okay. Can you, I think this laser will work. May I approach?
Yes.
Use that laser and point to the front door that you entered when you walked in the house. Okay, that's directly in the middle of the just to the left of the flagpole for this purposes of this photograph, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another entry door on the house that you may not be able to see, but you know the general area?
Yes.
Where's that door?
So that would be, see where these two windows are?
Yes.
The door would be kind of behind that right there. So it's right to the left of those two windows.
And Ms. McCabe, just staying with doors for a second, is there another door associated with the garage?
Oh, actually, yeah, there is. Right there.
Right there next to that side door?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't go in the side door, you went in the front door that night?
Yes.
You indicated that once inside the house, you were sort of in the kitchen area. Is that right?
I was in the kitchen, yes.
You weren't paying special attention to Brian Albert or Brian Higgins, what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I think they went into a different room. Is that right?
There's a room, kind of the kitchen opens up into the TV room. So they were in there.
So the only two that you recognized at this point in the night, not being sort of with everybody else, were Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, separated out in the family room or whatever that room's called, living room?
Yeah, if you like just right there, you know, right where they are, just
Okay.
kind of right in the next room.
When you first pulled up, did you notice any vehicles in front of Brian Albert's house?
Yes, I did.
What vehicles did you notice? Vehicle or vehicles did you
Just
notice?
one.
What was that vehicle?
It was a Jeep.
Can you describe the Jeep for us, please?
I really can't. All I can say is that when I pulled down, the Jeep was on the, parked on the street in front of the mailbox, and I turned into the driveway.
Okay. Did the Jeep have any special features on it that you remember, that you
No.
can describe?
Not that I can recall.
Big giant snowplow on the front?
Again, it was dark. I didn't really pay much detail to it beyond, I just asked, whose Jeep is that?
And did you learn whose Jeep that was?
I did, yes.
Whose Jeep was it?
It was Brian Higgins' Jeep.
And you said that it was parked in front of the mailbox, is that right?
Yes.
So as you're looking at the house, the mailbox would be closest to the driveway, is that right?
Yes.
Rather than, for instance, the flagpole on the other side of the lawn.
Correct. So if the flagpole's here, there's the lawn, and then here's here's the mailbox, and then the driveway's over here.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me.
Okay.
Thank you for that. You've previously indicated that the back edge of that vehicle, Brian Higgins' Jeep, was at the side, basically, of the driveway, which is what you've just described. It would be blocking the mailbox, the rear end associated with the driveway entrance, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else in this case?
Is that including previous testimony, or?
It is. At any time. Before you testified at the previous hearing, had you discussed having seen that Jeep in that spot with anybody else? For instance, your husband? Objection. Was there any other car on that curb line, if you will, other than the Jeep when you pulled in?
Not that I remember.
And Brian Higgins, if it's his Jeep, he's in the house, that Jeep's not moving, correct? So it stayed where it was?
Yes.
At some point, did you observe Miss Reed's vehicle pull up to the driveway? I'm sorry, pull up to the house.
I was told there was a vehicle outside, so I went and looked.
Where
Yes.
was that vehicle? When you looked that first time, where was Miss Reed's SUV?
When I went to the front door and looked out, it was straight ahead.
So that would be parallel, actually in line with the Jeep, correct?
Yes.
Directly in front of the Jeep.
I don't know the distance, but yes, you're correct. It was in front of the Jeep.
So if the Jeep was it's a full-size Jeep, correct?
I don't know what size it is.
Certainly the SUV is a full-size SUV.
Yes.
All right. So that would take up much of the room of the curb area in front of 34 Fairview, between the Jeep, assuming there's a snowplow,
Right.
and a full-size SUV, correct?
I'm not really sure of the whole area, but there was the Jeep and then there was the car. I just don't know the distance between them.
You gave a description of the vehicles that were out in front of 34 Fairview in your January 29, 2022 interview with Trooper Proctor, correct?
He came to my house and asked me questions, correct?
When you gave that interview to Trooper Proctor, you indicated to him that you first observed Miss Reed's vehicle parked on the street by the driveway, correct?
I never said by the driveway, no.
So if that's in a report, Trooper Proctor got that fact wrong, got that detail wrong.
Sustained.
If in fact, well, let me ask it this way. What did you say to Trooper Proctor about where that vehicle was?
Miss Reed's vehicle?
Correct.
I told him it was straight out front, the window. The straight out front of the front door. Sorry.
Trooper Proctor wrote a report about his interview with you, correct?
Correct.
You've seen that report in other hearings, is that right?
Yes.
Your interview with him was on January 29th, do you remember the date? I'm sorry, I just said the date. Do you remember the time? My mistake.
I don't remember the exact time. I'm assuming afternoon, like after 12, or I'm not 100%. Sorry.
You had been contacted by Trooper Proctor while you were still at 34 Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
Ultimately, instead of coming from the Canton Police Department to 34 Fairview, you went home to your house.
I did.
To
Yes.
the Country Lane address.
Yes, I did.
And Trooper Proctor ended up meeting you there, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to you and Matt being there, Brian Albert showed up, correct?
I asked him to come.
So you asked your brother-in-law to come to the interview that you were having with Trooper Proctor formally in furtherance of his investigation surrounding the circumstances of this case, correct?
No.
But Brian Albert did show up at your house.
He did. I asked him to come, yes.
And he was inside the house when Trooper Proctor ultimately interviewed you, correct?
He was in the house, yes.
And you'd spoken to Brian Albert before Trooper Proctor had interviewed you formally, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Matter of fact, several times you had to have spoken to him at 34 Fairview. You've already said that, right?
Oh, right, yeah. We were all there in the kitchen.
And then obviously you spoke to him about the interview before Trooper Proctor got to your house to interview you on the 29th as well, correct?
We were just talking about what happened. It wasn't specifically about Trooper Proctor.
Right, not about Trooper Proctor. You talked to Brian Albert about the circumstances of this case before you spoke with Trooper Proctor.
Yes, I had.
Do you remember exactly what you said to Trooper Proctor about the location of the SUV in front of the house?
I know what I said, yes.
Okay, what exactly did you say to him?
I said the car was straight out front of the front door. When I was looking out the front door, it was straight ahead.
Isn't it true that what you actually said, Ms. McCabe, is that you first observed the vehicle parked on the street by the driveway facing in the direction toward Chapman?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you said?
Those are not my words, no.
Okay, next question.
You've already indicated that following the events of January 28th and 29th, you have spoken extensively with your family and your friends, members of your family and your friend group about what happened that night, correct?
Yes.
And that includes Brian and Nicole Albert, is that right?
Yes.
That includes Matt McCabe, your husband, correct?
Yes.
That includes Chris and Julie Albert?
Yes.
Includes other people that were there that night, including Brian Higgins?
I haven't spoken to Brian Higgins since, I believe, John O'Keefe's wake.
But you did speak to him that morning at 34 Fairview, is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yes, he was there, yes.
As a matter of fact, he's the one that told you to call Officer Lank back and have Officer Lank come back for the additional statement that you wanted to give Officer Lank. Is that right?
He may have suggested it, I'm not sure.
So in those discussions that you've had with all these folks, you've talked to the details about that night being at the bar, the house, who was where, all of those things, correct?
Yes.
You've talked about the timing of the night, who arrived, when people arrived at 34 Fairview, when people arrived at Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
No, those really aren't details we discuss. I mean, everybody kind of knows when they came and when they left. We talk more about, living with everything that we've gone through.
Well, what about on the morning of January 29th, when everybody was still in that sort of friends and family gathering inside 34 Fairview?
When I was there with my husband and sister and brother-in-law and, then Brian's friend and Julie Albert, I was trying to piece together what had happened. They were all being supportive. They had no idea what happened. We were just kind of sitting there in utter shock, waiting to hear from Kerry about John. It was nothing more than just us being together and trying to figure out what had happened. I had gotten a phone call from Karen to help her.
And during that conversation, or that series of conversations, you were sharing what your observations of that evening were, what your story was, how the evening started, how it ended for you, correct? Or the morning ended for you, correct?
No, I'm not correct.
during the time that you folks were inside the house discussing this, there was no law enforcement agent or officer inside that house, correct?
Correct.
So the entire family and the friend network that we're talking about, with whom you discussed all these events, everybody was entitled to and did coordinate their statements without any separation and without any law enforcement oversight, correct?
I was with my family, my sister, my brother-in-law. It wasn't really a big group of us. As I've mentioned, I had 5 or 6 people. I was in shock. I didn't know what had happened. They were just asking me what happened.
And you told
Questions
them?
like that, and I absolutely told them. But
Okay.
it was no story. There was no us being allowed to do it. That was my family. They were just there with me.
But nobody was separated by law enforcement, correct?
I don't believe there was a reason to separate us.
Nobody, well, notwithstanding what you think was the reason, you're not a professional investigator, correct?
I'm not, no.
You're not a trained investigator.
No,
You're certainly not a homicide detective, correct?
no.
None of you witnesses were ever separated, were you, that morning?
There was no reason to separate us.
I'm not asking you if there was a reason, Mr. McCabe. I'm asking you whether or not factually anybody was separated in that house. Or was everybody allowed to talk amongst themselves?
I was with my family. We didn't need to be allowed.
Okay. Let me try this again. Was anybody in that house separated? Were the witnesses separated from each other? The family, who are witnesses, were they separated from each other? By law enforcement.
At that point, I don't think anyone but myself and Matt were maybe even witnesses.
Okay. I'm not asking you what your determination of who the witnesses are. I'm asking you whether the folks in that house were separated by law enforcement before you were able to have discussions about the events of January 28th and 29th. That's a yes or no question. Were you separated or not?
At one point, when Mike Lank was in the house, he had separated and talked to Nicole, then Brian, then Matt.
And then you promptly left and left everybody in the house together, correct?
He left us, yeah.
Right. Nobody was taken down to the station, is that right?
No.
As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor didn't even come over to 34 Fairview, the scene of the incident, to interview you, correct?
I asked him to meet at my house because I had to go home to my children.
And he accommodated you, didn't he?
He did, yes.
And he accommodated the fact that Brian Albert escorted you to the house for your interview, correct?
Brian didn't escort me, no.
Well, he went to your house at the same time that Trooper Proctor was there to interview you, correct?
He came at some point, yes, by himself.
Before Trooper Proctor did the interview?
I'm not sure if he was there, if he got there before or when he arrived.
You've testified in the past that
Yes.
Brian Albert came to your house alone. I don't mean you came in the same car.
Yes.
They followed you over to your house before Trooper Proctor ever got there. And he was in the house while Trooper Proctor conducted his interview, correct?
Yes, Brian was
All
in
right.
the house for the interview.
Thank you. You've already indicated that you have been discussing this case with certain other witnesses, not for days or weeks or months, but literally for years, most specifically Carrie Roberts, correct?
The case in general, yes.
Just before Carrie Roberts testified at a grand jury proceeding in this case, you were with her, weren't you?
I don't recall what you're talking about.
Do you remember being at the grand jury?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying at the grand jury?
Yes, the one back in
April.
April. Yes, yes.
22?
Yes.
That sounds
Yeah, it sounds about right, yeah.
You remember being there in an anteroom with some other folks?
What's an anteroom?
An anteroom, a waiting room?
Oh, yeah.
Waiting for your testimony?
Yes,
You remember Carrie Roberts being with you in that exact same anteroom?
yes.
And that was right before her testimony, correct?
I believe so, yes.
So, in answer to my question, you two were together literally just before she testified at the grand jury, which was the first formal under oath testimony that she ever gave. Is that right?
Yes.
When she testified at the grand jury, was that before or after you two had gotten together and created this timeline?
We did the timeline right after John had passed.
So she testified, the answer is she testified after the timeline was created, correct?
Yes.
Brian Albert and his family had a dog on January 29th, 2022, did they not?
Yes, they did.
What was that dog's name?
Chloe.
What kind of dog was Chloe?
German Shepherd.
Was it do you know if it was a purebred German Shepherd or a mix of Malinois and German Shepherd, or do you know?
I have no idea.
Big dog.
Yeah, good sized dog. Yeah.
70-pounder.
I don't know its weight.
Wasn't a little munchkin dog, though. It was a full-size German
It's
Shepherd.
a full size, yeah.
On the morning that you described going into the house, January 29th, 6:40 a.m. or so, you indicated that you burst into the bedroom to wake your sister and Brian Albert. Is that right?
Yes, I went into the bedroom.
It's still dark out, correct?
Yes.
There had been relative chaos on the lawn for a number of minutes, from about 6:10 until at least 6:40. When we went in, there were still emergency vehicles with lights on and engines running, and chaos, relative chaos, bedlam, as somebody has said, on that front lawn, correct?
Was more on their side lawn and down the street, kind of like all the cruises. A lot of them were behind their lot.
Right in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
To the side, in the side yard of 34 Fairview, yes.
And on the lawn of 34 Fairview,
Yes,
where first responders were responding, correct?
yes,
And you said my client was screaming to the top of her lungs, is that right?
yes, she was.
And Carrie Roberts was screaming back at her?
Yes.
Shut up or shut the fuck up, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Then at 6:40 a.m., under the cover of darkness, you walked in the front door of the unlocked front door of Brian Albert's house, correct?
I went into my sister's house, correct?
It wasn't Brian Albert's house?
And Brian Albert, yes, I'm sorry.
You then climbed the stairs up toward the bedrooms, correct?
Yes,
You walked into the bedroom door where Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, according to you, were sleeping. Is that right?
yes,
So you would agree that you unexpectedly, in terms of their view, unexpectedly walked into their house basically in the middle of the night, middle of the morning.
yes,
You indicated that when you went through their bedroom door, you sort of burst through, correct?
I opened the door. I don't know if I used the word burst.
You previously indicated that when you went through the door, it was chaotic because you were so amped up from the events. Is that right?
I don't know if I used those words.
Would you say that you were loud or quiet?
I think as I explained earlier, I was like where everything was going on around me, and I was kind of like in just a state of shock. And I remember thinking, I don't want to startle them, but I have to wake them up, because obviously when I wake them up, they're going to be panicked and think something terrible happened.
Well, why didn't you want to startle them? Something terrible had happened.
I didn't want to give them a heart attack when I woke them up.
But you didn't walk up and just nudge them and say, hey, Nicole, honey, can you wake up? There's something we need to talk about. You didn't do that.
No, I was like, Brian, Nicole, wake up, wake up.
Okay, exactly. But you weren't saying it in that voice either. You were saying, Brian, Nicole, get up.
I'm not sure if it was that loud, but I definitely was. You definitely like trying to wake them up. Yes.
What was the dog's reaction?
I don't recall seeing the dog.
So, according to you, to the dog at least, if we can get in the mind of a dog, a relative stranger walks in the front door, climbs a set of stairs, the house is completely dark, walks into a bedroom door and starts barking. The person starts barking, get up, wake up, Brian, Nicole. And you don't remember seeing or hearing a dog at all.
Objection. Sustained.
As you indicated, it's not that the dog wasn't reactive, it's that you don't remember the dog even being there, correct?
I have no memory of the dog, no.
But you do know that that dog sleeps in Brian and Nicole's room. Correct?
It may, I don't know for sure.
The reason you don't remember the dog being there is because the dog wasn't there, was it?
I don't remember the dog.
Right. So when you walked out of the room, when you walked in the house, didn't see the dog?
No.
When you walked up the stairs, no dog?
No.
Walked down the hallway, no dog?
No.
Walked into Brian and Nicole's bedroom door, no dog?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
I realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Dog or no dog? No dog.
I don't remember seeing the dog. It doesn't mean it wasn't there or it was there. I just don't remember seeing it.
Well, you didn't, no dog came up to you and barked at you, correct?
No.
You didn't see or hear a dog whining or howling, did you?
No.
You didn't hear or see a dog scratching at the door?
No.
There's no sign of a dog at all in Brian and Nicole Albert's house at 6:41 a.m. when you walked into that house, correct? Or 6:40?
I don't remember seeing the dog.
And this was a 70-pound German Shepherd, correct?
I don't know the weight of the
Have
dog.
you ever heard a description given about that dog by Brian Albert? Anybody else? That dog was not good with strangers.
Yeah.
Did you know, as you said, you're very, very dear friends, and obviously dear friends with Brian Albert, relations with Nicole Albert, your sister. Are you aware that that dog was not good with strangers?
Object.
Do you know that?
I don't. It wasn't good with other dogs is what I knew, so I could never bring my dog over there. That's all I know about the dog.
Right. Had some aggression, correct? At least with other dogs.
Possibly.
Possibly with other dogs.
Yeah.
That's our next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could remind the jurors, in your memory, who was the last person to leave the house at 34 Fairview on the early morning hours of January 29th?
I believe Caitlin left after us, my niece.
Thank you. At some point, we've already talked a little bit about this. You said you looked out the front door glass. Was it a window or is the whole door glass?
The whole door was glass, I believe.
Is it like and pardon my ignorance, is there like a wooden door that is open and there's a storm door that's all glass that was closed? Is that what we're dealing with?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Mm-hmm. Can we take one more glance? I'm going to back up for a quick second.
Okay.
Can we take one more glance at that exhibit 3 with the court's permission?
Okay.
Thank you. And can you enhance that just a little bit, please? Thank you so much. May I approach?
Yes.
Forgot to ask you, and I apologize, Ms. McCabe.
Thank
One
you.
more point of reference. Can you please show the jurors where Brian and Nicole Albert's bedroom window is in that photograph?
Sure, it's right there.
Upper left window, uppermost left window, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Go.
I was writing down to ask why they're asking about the dog's whereabouts.
Let me get back on track. You indicated that you looked out that storm door and saw Miss Reed's vehicle, her SUV, directly in front of you, correct?
Yes.
That was the first time you noted or clocked that SUV being there?
First time, sorry.
The first time you noted the SUV, in other words, that you visually saw it, it was directly in front of you. It was not back by the mailbox, correct?
Correct.
Did you still see the Jeep parked back by the mailbox?
I looked out the window. I saw the car. I really didn't pay attention to details of other cars. I just looked and saw her car.
When you first looked out that window and looked out the door and saw the SUV, what time was that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Does the time 2:23 a.m. sound familiar?
I'm Again, I'm not sure.
When you looked out the door, did you see any other vehicles at that time, other than the Jeep, other than Miss Reed's SUV?
I believe I saw lights, lights like over here somewhere, if the Jeep's there and the car, is there.
Okay, can you describe for the record what you did? The theirs don't come across on the record.
Oh,
so
sorry.
to your left
Yes.
is...
Straight out would be Miss Reed's vehicle that I looked at.
Okay.
I kind of looked at that. I remember my peripheral vision seeing lights over there to the left. Sorry.
All right. So the way that you're describing...
Yes.
Matter of fact, you know what vehicle that is.
I do, yes.
What vehicle is it? Describe it for the jurors, please.
It's Ryan Nagel's.
Ryan Nagel's what? Car, truck?
I believe he has a truck.
Okay. So what you're describing is you looked out the window, you saw Miss Reed's SUV directly in front of you. Right behind that, in line, was Brian Higgins' Jeep, and behind that was Ryan Nagel's truck. Is that right?
I'm not sure where his truck lines up. I just remember seeing lights. I just quickly saw Miss Reed's car and went back into the room. I wasn't, I apologize, paying attention for like specific details about cars.
At some point, you did become interested in exactly what time Ryan Nagel's truck arrived, correct? This is after the fact, well after the fact, months after the fact.
Yes, I did.
As a matter of fact, you took it upon yourself to ask Julie Nagel, Ryan's sister, to send you something, correct?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask her to send you?
I ran into the two of them.
I didn't ask you who you ran into, just what did you ask her to send you?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. A text message.
A screenshot of a text message?
Yes, a screenshot of a text message between Julie and Ryan Nagel.
You knew at the time that Miss Nagel, very obviously, was a percipient witness in this case, correct?
I believe so. It was very early on.
Well, I mean, she was in the house.
Yes.
She was in the house when Miss Reed's vehicle appeared, correct?
Correct.
She was in the house when you were looking at the vehicle.
Correct.
She was in the house when everybody came home came to 34 Fairview from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Correct.
She was interacting with those inside the house at the very time we're talking about, right?
Yes.
She went outside at some point to talk to her brother outside the house, right behind the SUV that you're describing as Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that she was, and you knew all this when you asked her for that screenshot.
I was trying to piece together.
You knew all this when you asked for the screenshot. You knew what her position was in this case, correct?
She had no involvement. What happened outside
I didn't ask you if she had involvement.
Let her finish her answer.
Go ahead.
Ms. McCabe, finish that answer.
I didn't. What happened outside was separate from anything that happened inside.
I'm going to ask you again. You knew all of that information, that Julie Nagel was a percipient witness in this case, as was everyone else inside 34 Fairview, when you asked for that screenshot, correct?
Yes.
That is another example of you coordinating information with other witnesses in this case, correct?
No, that is not correct.
Were you ever advised by Michael Proctor not to coordinate information with other witnesses in the case? Did he ever say, don't do that?
I don't recall.
So you don't recall, or he didn't?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. If he did tell you not to coordinate with other witnesses, this would be a breach of that agreement, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Indeed, once you got that screenshot, we'll talk about that in just a second. When you got the screenshot, did you ever share that with law enforcement?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
You never provided that to Michael Proctor or any other investigator, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
As a matter of fact, Ms. McCabe, the only reason we know about that screenshot is because of the extraction on your phone. Isn't that right?
If that's how you know about it, I'm not sure.
You asked for that screenshot for your own personal use, for your own personal information, for your own personal coordination, correct, of what happened that night?
That's, what are you asking? There's 3 questions there.
Did you ask for that screenshot for your own personal use?
Yes.
And indeed, you do know what time it was that you looked out and saw Ryan Nagel's truck, because the screenshot told you that, correct?
The screenshot told me when Ryan Nagel pulled up. It didn't tell when I saw.
And what was the time when Ryan Nagel indicated that he pulled up?
I'd have to look at the screenshot.
2:23 a.m.? 12:23 a.m. sound right?
If you have it and that's what it says, absolutely.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm sure I did. May I, Your Honor?
Okay.
Take a look at that transcript, that call. Can you read that to yourself, the highlighted portion to yourself?
I'd like to be heard.
All right, why don't you come to council? Why don't you council come to say?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure can.
All right. Hi, Buffy. You're beautiful.
How are you?
She is beautiful.
Oh. Stop. No, keep going. Keep going. No, I'm just kidding. Stop.
I love the black wall buff.
Oh,
I do
thank
too.
you.
It
It's a
looks
work in
good.
progress. We're not done yet. There's more to do.
Oh my gracious. Okay, I have some questions
Well,
because
I
Bring 'em
can't
on.
believe she just said that I didn't want to alarm them, like there was something terrible that happened. What?
there's a dead body on your lawn.
Your friend is laying dead in their lawn. Hello.
Yeah, something terrible happened.
Unless you already know that it's something different and those people already know.
Right.
So,
Right.
And they're
You're
just
like,
asleep. That's
dude,
why.
they found him. No, just kidding.
Oh my goodness.
And the dog not being there or her not remembering that seems a little sus to me. For a dog that was pretty aggressive, apparently.
even if not aggressive, it would bark, right?
Oh,
Even my dogs bark and they know people when they come in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
You remember
my pit
that
bull
my
does
dog
not
was
bark.
here.
My pit bull does not bark, but my Cocker Spaniel will not shut.
Okay, so when they were talking about the calls that she made when LEO were there, or before they got there, what are they what are they talking about? I missed that apparently, because they said that she contacted Matt, Carrie, Peggy, Brian, and the DA's office, but she only admitted to calling Matt and Carrie. And I might have been in the restroom at that point, but I missed. Is she talking about for when Trooper Proctor came for the interview?
I think that's what they were talking about. I'll have to go back and listen to that.
Okay, well, I just couldn't figure out why
AJ's not
why
being
she
very
lied.
linear in his questioning either. He's hopping around, which makes it kind of hard to follow.
Okay, I thought it was just me.
No, I don't think it's just you at all. I think everybody is just all over the place.
Agreed.
Okay. And then, so
Wait, can we mute the background music?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I do love a good opening number, but
I can't hear it. I don't know why. Is that better?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
That's weird. I haven't heard it this whole time. Never mind.
Now they're back.
We're back.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Look at the highlighted portion.
Karen
Some of
should
the
try
question
some Valo
recollection
calls.
about anything we've been discussing.
Is the page available
I'm sorry,
before this?
just a yes or no, does that refresh your recollection about anything that we've been discussing?
It's just what we've discussed. It doesn't really refresh.
So it does not refresh her memory. Next question.
I don't think that's what she said.
Is that's what you
Yes, that's what I said.
That was her answer.
That does not refresh your recollection? Objection.
That was her answer. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, I hate her.
Wow.
May I approach?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
I mean, it's good for appeals.
Thank you.
Take a look at the bottom of that page and tell me if that refreshes your recollection about anything we were just discussing. May I?
Yes, thank you.
Ms. McCabe, having seen these, does this refresh your recollection about what we were just discussing concerning that conversation?
Regarding me asking Julie Nagel for the time?
Correct.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And what time did that was attendant to a screenshot that you asked for, correct?
Yes.
And that time was what? Objection.
Do you remember the time?
Can I look at the paper? I was reading everything. I didn't
So
look at the
the
exact
question is
time.
whether you remember the.
Oh, do I remember it? I don't remember the exact time, but I can read it off the paper. That's different than a memory.
That's different. Next question.
So this does not refresh your recollection as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I can read the time, but in my memory.
Not my question. I have to do it this way. Ms.
Okay,
McCabe.
sorry.
Does it refresh your recollection as you sit here, having read this, as to the time that was reflected on that screenshot?
I don't, sitting here today, the only reason I know there's a time is because of what's on that paper.
But you did ask for a screenshot from Ms. Nagel, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that screenshot said something to the effect of outside. Is that right?
What's wrong?
Just that question. The screenshot said something about outside.
Is that right?
I believe it said here, yes.
Or maybe it's
Yeah,
here.
something
And
similar.
it was a screenshot from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel indicating that he had arrived.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. It was a screenshot of a text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel saying, I've arrived. In other words, I've arrived at 34 Fairview.
Yes, it was.
Because he was intending to give her a ride home, which she had asked for. Is that right?
Objection.
You did see Julie Nagel go outside and approach the vehicle, correct?
I never saw her go near the vehicle. I saw her go outside.
Got it. Did she ultimately come back indoors?
Yes.
Did she come back in with anybody else?
No.
About what time would you estimate that to have been in the course of that evening?
When she came back inside?
When she walked out and then came back inside.
Soon after she went out, she talked to her brother, she came back inside.
And about what time of day was that? If you know.
I mean, this was all happening while we were at my sister's house.
Right. Was it 12:15, 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock?
Well, according to that paper, it would have had to
That's
been.
not what I'm
Not
asking.
according to the.
Do you have an independent recollection of about, if not down to the minute, about what time that was?
I could say I'd have to be. I wasn't looking at my watch that night, so it's very hard for me to give a time just off of my memory. I know what I've seen, but
Okay.
it's hard.
You did see both Ryan Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV in front of the house at the same time, correct?
I saw his lights in my peripheral vision on the left.
But the lights are attached to what?
The car, but it wasn't out front. Miss Reed's vehicle was out front.
Right. When I say in front of 34 Fairview, we're going to talk about the spacing in just a second. I just meant out in front of the house.
Yes, over to the side, correct,
Okay.
yeah.
And you're indicating that, and I want to be clear about this, as you're looking out that storm door window, going from right to left, it was Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Then Higgins's Jeep, is that right?
His Jeep was in front of the mailbox.
Then behind that, was there a space? And then Mr. Nagel's truck, or was the truck right behind the Jeep?
That's what I can't tell you. I just remember seeing lights. I didn't look over and pay much attention to it. I was just quickly looking at the Miss Reed's car, and then I went back and sat down.
Do you recall testifying at a prior hearing that it was, your perception was Miss Reed's car, her SUV, the Jeep, a space, and then Mr. Nagel's truck from right to left?
I remember Mr. Nagel's truck over to the left in my peripheral vision. I can't give you an exact location.
But there's no question in your mind as you sit here that Brian Higgins' Jeep was between Brian Nagel's truck and Miss Reed's SUV. You remember that very clearly, correct?
I know that this Miss Reed's vehicle was here, and there were lights in my peripheral vision over here. I wasn't, I just was looking quickly.
So let me ask you the question again.
Okay.
Assuming that the lights are attached to something, Brian Nagel's truck, we've already established that. What you're looking at, when you look out the storm door window, is Miss Reed's truck, or SUV rather. So just behind that is the left. As you're looking at it, Mr. Higgins' Jeep, correct? And behind that, Mr. Nagel's truck. You remember the Jeep being between the truck and the SUV, correct?
I remember looking out the window. It was dark. I remember seeing lights over to the left. That is what I remember.
Where was the Jeep as it relates to the lights?
I'm assuming the Jeep was still parked at the mailbox.
You saw it there. I mean, it's a 5,000-pound Jeep, right?
It was dark. I wasn't studying outside. It was a quick thing I did. I looked, I saw it, I went back to the table.
Okay, and I'm asking for what the saw it part was. Let's just slow down on the saw it part.
Okay.
You looked, you saw Brian Nagel's truck, then you saw Higgins' Jeep, then you saw Miss Reed's SUV, correct?
I saw Miss Reed's SUV parked straight out front, and in my peripheral vision, I saw lights that, yes, must have been attached to a truck, but I didn't study the lineup of cars. I'm sorry.
All right, so
Can I have one more question?
one more question.
Where was the Jeep? Was it in front of the SUV, behind Mr. Nagel's truck, or was it between the two of them? It's a simple question.
You're asking what I saw when I looked outside. I didn't. And I'm telling you exactly what I saw. It was dark. It was Karen's car. I saw lights, and then I went back to the table.
Okay, that's the last question. We're going to break for lunch.
All right, jurors, we'll go into recess. And Ms. McCabe, you can follow up right behind the jurors and we'll sit up for 45 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Just answer the question.
Are they able to ask her things that she said in the last trial?
Well, he asked her.
Yeah.
And I was waiting, and she kind of just dodged it, and he didn't go back to it. Because apparently she testified to it in a previous trial. That's where he started going.
Seems to me that Miss Bev, Judge Bev, being very controlling of what they are able to ask and not. I don't know. It just seems like she keeps interrupting to me.
And I wonder if he didn't re-ask it and go down that path because he knew he was getting ready to have to stop for lunch. And he's going to rethink, replan, and when he comes back, because then he's got time before he gets told he has to hurry along.
Yeah, he's going to eat a protein bar and go right back at it. My dude. I don't know.
I say, Buffy, I want to know your thoughts.
Yeah.
I think she's very much self-censoring. I think she's watched the internet. Like after the last trial, I think everybody, like made comments about how defensive she was and how aggressive she was. And I think she's very aware. And she's trying to really pull it back and to keep cool. And you see that she takes a breath and she really thinks about it before she answers. I think she's really, and she's thinking ahead. You can tell she's trying to see where he's going before she answers the question because she doesn't want to get stuck. So she's really, I'm not a Jen McCabe apologist, but who wouldn't, right? Like, where are you going? Are you trying to trick me? Like, most of us would, but she's really trying to figure out where he's going with his questions. And and like I said, she's holding back a lot. She's changed a lot of her demeanor in this trial. And I think you had to see AJ kind of pull it back because I think he expected the same, hey, you came right back from lunch. I think he kind of expected it. I think he was prepared to get the same person from last year. And I don't think that's what happened. And so he's having to readjust too. Because if he comes in too hard, they didn't see the last trial. All they said, why are you going? Like, why are you yelling at her? She's a regular person. Like, you know, they'll feel sorry for her and he looks like the bad guy. So he's going to have to not. I was like, oh, this is not good. Calm down, EJ. Calm down.
Question, are they just going to lunch or like?
Lunch.
You're very low, Llama. Very low.
It would help if the microphone was in front of my face.
Yes, thank you. Llama.
So they just went to lunch. Okay.
You just missed
I want to say thank you, Llama.
For what?
You are my good luck charm.
Why is that?
I wore your Llama shirt. My official jury summons. I got another one because the last time they canceled court, I have it May 19th and it's in criminal court.
What?
That's so exciting.
And as soon as they find out she has a whole true crime channel on YouTube, they're going to be like,
a whole true crime company.
But they may appreciate it because I do play devil's advocate. I do believe that you should look at all the information.
Oh, that's Kelly P's birthday.
Oh, Kelly P, that'll be the reason I get chosen because you'll be my good luck charm for that day.
Yeah. Oh, Claire's here. Welcome back, Claire. I think I might have missed you earlier.
It's all because of Llama in the shirt today.
I love that. I love that for you. That's so exciting. Oh, gosh.
Then if I do get picked, I'll be like, could somebody live stream this so that
we'll file a media request.
I'm going to need a link to your Zoom setup. Do you Zoom out of this courtroom?
Thanks. That's very cool. Very, very cool.
I think they probably wouldn't allow that because we would know you're on the jury.
Right. That's true. But I mean, all I can tell you
on Karen Reed's
different jurisdictions allow different,
that's true,
varying degrees of wrong people on the jury. I knew the person that got killed and I was on the jury. So
really? I wonder if because I'm elected to the Bastrop County Emergency Response Team, if that will be the reason they kick me off.
You never know what they're looking for.
I don't know.
I just now have to figure out what pink to wear.
Oh, do they live stream in Texas? Yeah.
Some courts do live stream in Texas. I don't know if this one does, but I will be finding out before then.
Need a pink power suit.
Yes. She has a whole collection of them.
A collection.
But
I saw this in the mail when I got it, and I was like, oh my God.
Okay,
that's so exciting. I love that.
Have fun with that.
Did they say how long they were going to be at lunch for?
It's usually like 45 minutes. But is that 45 minutes to when they leave? 45 minutes from when the jury gets to the jury room? Is it 45 minutes till, the dinner gets placed in front of them? I don't know.
I'm too nosy for jury duty. Aren't we all? Blessed assurance.
Yeah.
I need to go home and Google it.
Is it okay to look up what the cases are before the day of jury duty? Are you allowed to look at the court
Don't do
docket or
that.
no?
No, don't do
That's
that. That
bad?
could get you
Okay.
taken off.
No,
Okay.
no.
I was just
Yeah.
asking.
I
I
just
didn't
would
know.
be like, no, don't even know who these people are.
She's going to
Never heard
last
of them.
24 hours. She's going to peak.
You know nothing, you've seen nothing. You can't
It's
know
too late.
I looked
They
up just
put it
to
on
see
video.
whether it was civil or criminal. That's all I've looked up. And I do not know this judge. I've never heard this judge's name before. So he's not somebody I've run across.
Oh, okay.
So
Very
but
awesome.
I'm excited. I can't wait for May 19th now.
That is very exciting. Oh my, what a busy month for you. Well, awesome, guys. So how about this? Okay, how about we wrap up this little shindig here? Okay, we're gonna hold on. Amy, I'm doing that real quick. Sorry, babes. We're gonna wrap up this little shindig here. We're gonna redirect everyone to which way do my fingers go? This one? Nope. It's anyway. We're gonna redirect you over to Terry's show, Midday Missing. Don't worry, we'll be done before court comes back. So you're not going to miss anything. So we're going to redirect you over there so you can hear about these missing people's cases. And you guys, it's important we get the word out. So if you could at least go like and share the video, share the missing persons flyers, you're doing everything right, okay? And then as soon as she's done, it will redirect you back into part 2. So you don't even have to do anything. You just buckle up in your little couches and we take care of all of that. So you have no reason to not be back here.
It's like a Disney ride.
Buckle up, buttercups.
Buckle up, you guys. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and redirect you there and we will be live with that in just a few minutes. So, and then we'll come back right after that, even if court doesn't start. That way you all can fill me in on what just happened with Jen, because I need to know what I missed.
Do we know what?
Buffy, get your acting skills ready.
Get your acting. I'm going to need that reenactment, babes.
Go practice.
All right. We will see you all soon, guys. Bye.
Bye.